After the three girls met, they first had a simple exchange of information and then started chatting, and the topic around them was naturally the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. As for Gao Yan, the old god was sitting comfortably drinking tea. After the three girls chatted for more than half an hour, Xing Qianqian's personal maid came to report that her cousin Luo Yuer had come to visit. Hearing this, Xing Qianqian frowned slightly and was about to ask someone to invite the other party in. Unexpectedly, the other party came in uninvited. Then a yin and yang woman's voice sounded, "Cousin, you are no longer the daughter of the palace master. I didn't expect you to still be so arrogant. My cousin, have to go through people to see you." Facing the treacherous Luo Yuer, Xing Qianqian couldn't hold back. "Since you think I'm arrogant, then you don't come. You still have to abide by my rules. On my territory. Forget it this time. Next time if you dare to barge in rashly again, don't blame me as a cousin for being rude." As soon as she finished speaking, Xing Qianqian released her Tai Immortal Level 1 aura and pressed it towards Luo Yuer. She originally just wanted to give the other party a warning before withdrawing her aura. But she didn't expect that as soon as her breath pressed against Luo Yuer, she was hit by a stronger breath, which instantly shattered her breath into pieces. This made Xing Qianqian's face look ugly, and she glared angrily at the young male immortal who arrived with Luo Yuer. It was he who shattered Xing Qianqian's aura. Seeing that her cousin had suffered a bad loss, Luo Yuer was quite proud. "Cousin, let me introduce to you, this is Yu Jing, my fiancé. By the way, he is in Tianlong Shrine. I'm on duty, and my cultivation has reached the 3rd level of Tai Immortal." "What, you brought your fiancé to my place to provoke me?" Xing Qianqian snorted coldly. Luo Yuer said with a proud smile, "It's not a provocation, I just want to let my cousin know that your cousin has found an extremely excellent fiancé." "I already know, you can go," Xing Qianqian said impatiently. "Cousin, don't worry." Luo Yuer glanced at Zhou Muyue, Zhao Xianyue and Gao Yan. "Cousin, are they all your friends? Why don't you introduce them?" "Luo Yuer, you've shown off, it's time for you to leave," Xing Qianqian said in a deep voice. "Cousin, don't be so outspoken. We are relatives. Can't we even get to know your friends?" Facing the entangled Luo Yuer, Xing Qianqian had no choice but to introduce. "This is Zhou Muyue, this is Zhao Xianyue, they are both my good best friends. And he is Gao Yan, Xianyue's husband. It turns out it's Sister Muyue and Sister Xianyue, the little girl is polite." Luo Yuer bowed and saluted. Zhou Muyue and Zhao Xianyue both responded politely. Then, Luo Yuer's eyes fell on Gao Yan. "Brother-in-law Gao Yan, you are only the 5th level of the Golden Immortal. How did you marry Sister Xianyue?" "Luo Yuer, don't go too far." At this time, Xing Qianqian became angry. Luo Yuer was clearly mocking Gao Yan for not being worthy of Zhao Xianyue. "Qianqian, it's okay." Gao Yan waved his hands disapprovingly. He did not take Luo Yuer's words to heart, because he himself was a strong man at the 6th level of Daluo, and the 5th level of Jingxian was just his disguise. "Do you feel inferior because of the difference in cultivation level?" "Of course not." "Cousin, why are you so excited?" "I'm just curious to ask." Luo Yuer teased. "By the way, brother-in-law Gao Yan, you married Sister Xianyue when you were only at the 5th level of the Golden Immortal. Do you have a deep background?" Facing Luo Yuer's provocation again, Gao Yan was speechless. He looked at her and said, "Sister Luo Yuer, just because I'm not angry doesn't mean I have no temper. If you don't learn to speak properly, I'll cut off your tongue. What a loud tone. At this time, Luo Yuer's fiancé Yu Jing was dissatisfied and snorted coldly. Throw him out, Gao Yan said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jing felt a big hand fall on his neck and seal his whole body. Bang! Yu Jing's body fell heavily outside the yard. Because his whole body was sealed, he could only lie on the ground motionless in embarrassment. Brother Yu Jing. Seeing this scene, Luo Yuer exclaimed, ran out, lifted up Yu Jing who was lying on the ground, and then looked at Gao Yan pitifully. Brother-in-law Gao Yan, I'm sorry I was wrong, please forgive me. Yu Jing. It seems you can still speak, Gao Yan said with a half-smile. Suddenly, Luo Yuer's pretty face turned red, but she felt extremely embarrassed inside. She wanted to bring her fiancé to show off and tease her cousin a few words, but she didn't expect that she would be scolded if she failed to show off. If I had known this earlier, I shouldn't have provoked this arrogant person. Brother-in-law Gao Yan, I really realize my mistake. Please forgive us. Luo Yuer begged again. Okay, I forgive you. Gao Yan glanced at Tai Puppet, who raised his hand and released the seal on Yu Jing. Thank you, brother-in-law Gao Yan, for not remembering the faults of villains. Yu Jing, who regained his freedom, immediately bowed to Gao Yan and apologized. Gao Yan waved his hand. After Luo Yuer left with her fiancé, Zhao Xianyue couldn't help but asked curiously, Chan, what's going on between you and your cousin? Actually, it's very simple. She has liked to flirt with me since she was a child, but she has always been unable to compete with me. It is inevitable that she has accumulated a lot of resentment in her heart. She can only use her mouth to take advantage. Xing Qianqian said disapprovingly. So that's it. Zhou Muyue and Zhao Xianyue both looked surprised. Afterwards, after staying at Xing Qianqian's place for more than 2 hours, Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue returned to the camp of Fudo Hall. Time flies by for several days. More and more people gathered outside the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. Finally, on the 5th day after Gao Yan and the others arrived, the closed gate of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce finally opened. When everyone was about to rush forward, a middle-aged man with a kind face walked out of the city gate. Everyone, please be quiet. His voice was not loud, but it had an intimidating effect. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan used his insight eye to investigate and found that this kind middle-aged man was actually a strong man at the 6th level of Wan Xian. Just listen to the friendly middle-aged man continue. Everyone please abide by one rule after entering the city, that is, no fights are allowed in the city. Those with minor offenses will be expelled from the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce, and those with serious offenses will be killed without mercy. Upon hearing the words, kill without mercy, many immortals present felt a chill running down their spines. Also, there are many shops in the city. Anyone who wants to participate in the auction in 1 month will have to spend 1 trillion immortal stones in the city. Although Gao Yan already knew the news in advance, but he is still a little jealous. Right now, there are millions of immortals arriving. Even if only 10,000 of them have consumed 1 trillion yuan, that is still a revenue value of 10,000 yuan. Of course, despite being hot-tempered, Gao Yan still didn't dare to have any idea of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce is too mysterious. After announcing the rules, the middle-aged He Shan turned around and entered The city. At this time everyone passed through the city gate and entered the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. Half a quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue also entered the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. The space in the city is relatively large, more than enough to accommodate hundreds of millions of people. At the same time, there are tens of thousands of shops of various sizes in the city. In addition, there are many restaurants, hotels, double buildings, casinos, fighting fields, etc. Let's go to the material store. Gao Yan took Zhao Xianyue to a shop specializing in selling various materials. Through the system lottery, Gao Yan is now a polygonal warrior who can not only refine elixirs and weapons, but also can form formations and make talismans. Gao Yan has had a taste of alchemy formation, but after acquiring the talisman making technology, he has not used it yet. After wandering around this material store, Gao Yan directly purchased talisman-making materials worth 500 billion. After completing the transaction, the other party gave him a token. As long as he spent 100 million fairy stones in any store in the city, he could get 1 point. If he collected 10,000 points, he could exchange it for an invitation letter from the auction house. Later, Gao Yan went to another store to purchase a batch of materials for setting up the formation. Because what he purchased were precious materials for laying out formations of level 7 or above, he spent more than 2 trillion. After having enough points, Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue, under the guidance of the merchant, went to the city center to exchange for 2 invitation letters. With these 2 invitation letters, they were eligible to participate in the January auction. And at this moment, inside the Thousand Fantasy Palace, "Sister, you're back," Immortal Emperor Qianmiao said happily. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor nodded. "How much do you know about the incomplete technique that surpasses the King Immortal?" "Sister, you are so boring. We haven't seen each other for many years. Shouldn't we catch up with each other first?" Immortal Emperor Qianmiao pretended to complain. "Let's talk about the business after we finish." "Oh well." Immortal Emperor Qianmiao nodded. "I sent people to inquire about the information about this incomplete technique, and it is basically certain that it is true, but what?" Qianhuan Immortal Emperor asked eagerly. Immortal Emperor Qianmiao said, "But I heard that the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce has obtained this incomplete technique a long time ago, but no one has understood it, so they will sell it." Qianhuan Immortal Emperor nodded. "What about the other 2 king-level techniques?" Hearing this, Immortal Emperor Qianmiao sneered. "Although those 2 techniques are both at the King Immortal level, they can only be practiced to the first level of the King Immortal. They are far behind the techniques we have mastered. It is estimated that only the Daluo Immortal who has been unable to break through due to lack of skills would be interested. By the way, sister, I also got some news." Suddenly, Immortal Emperor Qianmiao said with a playful expression. "Speak." Immortal Emperor Qianmiao continued, "That Dugu Yuan has broken through to the level of King Immortal." "Who is Dugu Yuan?" Qianhuan Immortal Emperor felt that this name was vaguely familiar. "Sister, you have forgotten that when you were rebuilding for the 8th time, you cut off one of his arms." Immortal Emperor Qianmiao reminded. "I remember, it's him." Qianhuan Immortal Emperor showed a look of surprise. When she reached the 8th level of Tai after her 8th retraining, she happened to hear that Dugu Yuan claimed to be the strongest Tai immortal, so she disguised herself as a male immortal and went up to challenge him. Not only did he defeat Dugu Yuan, he also cut off one of his arms. She didn't take this matter seriously. In addition, she was a recultivator. And her cultivation speed was extremely fast. When Dugu Yuan was still Daluo Immortal, she had already completed the 8th recultivation. That guy has always been obsessed with you. Do you want my little sister to help you teach him a lesson? Immortal Emperor Qianmiao teased. No. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor shook his head, although I defeated him with my 8th level cultivation of Tai Immortal, if word spread, I would inevitably be suspected of bullying the smaller ones, so just ignore him. Haha, that sister will probably become his inner demon for the rest of his life. Immortal Emperor Qianmiao said with a smile. What does it have to do with me? Qianhuan Immortal Emperor said disapprovingly. After wandering around the city for most of the day, Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue came to a restaurant together. When you see the menu, Gao Yan was slightly shocked, because there were dishes made from the meat of Daluo-level wild beasts on the menu. Of course, the price is naturally quite expensive. But Gao Yan still plans to try. So, I ordered a plate of dishes made from Daluo-level beast meat, and also ordered 7 or 8 other dishes. After a while, dishes made from the meat of Daluo-level beasts were served. Gao Yan picked it up and tasted it. In addition to the good taste, the energy contained in the meat was also quite abundant. However, the Daluo law in the meat was removed. Gao Yan is not surprised by this. After all, Daluo-level laws are quite precious, and you can't buy flower fairy stones. Just when the couple was having a great meal in the restaurant, a one-armed man wearing a black robe, with a slender body and carrying a fairy sword on his back boarded the restaurant. Is it the one-armed immortal king? When Gao Yan saw this person, he was a little curious and subconsciously opened his inside eye. After checking, it turned out to be the other party, and his realm had reached the 1st level of King Immortal. Husband, is he the one-armed immortal king? Zhao Xianyue asked by a voice transmission. Yes, it's him, and he has been promoted to King Immortal. Gao Yan's voice message replied. Wow, so awesome. Zhao Xianyue exclaimed, if the Tai Immortal who defeated him back then is still alive, he might also become a King Immortal. Who knows? Dugu Yuan came to the restaurant to drink, because he only ordered 1 dish, but ordered 10 bottles of wine. Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue left immediately after eating. But he has no intention of getting acquainted with Dugu Yuan. If you don't have enough cultivation, don't force it. On the surface, Gao Yan is only at the 5th level of the Golden Immortal, and Zhao Xianyue is not much better, only at the 1st level of the Tai Immortal. Dugu Yuan is at the 1st level of King Immortal, but he is missing several realms. If you go to meet people, why should they pay attention to you? Anyway, the invitation letter has arrived. For the next period of time, Gao Yan went to Xuanshou building from time to time to listen to music and watch dancing. Here, he had to say that the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce was really awesome. There was even a Daluo-level fairy sister in the dual cultivation building who could accompany you in dual cultivation. Unfortunately, the price is too high. Ordinary immortals can't afford it. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan asked about the price. A double cultivation session with a Daluo-level fairy sister would cost 1,000 trillion. The Tai-level fairy sister is much cheaper. A double cultivation is only 10 trillion. But Gao Yan just wanted to watch the fun and had no other ideas. Unconsciously, 1 month has almost passed. The number of immortals who came to the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce City directly exceeded 100 million. The more people there are, the more the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce will make. And those who can come to Tiandi Chamber of Commerce must have certain financial resources. Therefore, in this month, the immortal stones earned by the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce are absolutely astronomical. The next day, Gao Yan took Zhao Xianyue towards the building where the auction was held. After showing the invitation, they were arranged into a room. This room is quite special and has the effect of isolating spiritual exploration. In this way, no one knows who the competitor is when participating in the auction. The main thing is to prevent someone from using their power to oppress others. For example, Tai and Daluo bid for an item together. If Daluo secretly warned Tai, do you think Tai would dare to rob it from him? But Daluo's spiritual thoughts can't touch Tai, so naturally he can't threaten him, and he doesn't even know who the opponent is. This will be more fair. This is the experience gained by Tiandi Chamber of Commerce over many years. Soon, servants brought tea, snacks, drinks, etc. to Gao Yan and his wife. Then they were introduced to how to use some facilities in the room. For example, by pressing a crystal button, the images and sounds on the auction table can be projected directly into the room. As for how to participate in the auction, there is a sound transmission stone in the room. You can send your voice into the sound transmission stone, and the sound transmission stone will spread your offer to the whole audience. It's quite interesting. Gao Yan laughed secretly, and he and Zhao Xianyue ate snacks while waiting for the auction to start. About a quarter of an hour later, the auction officially started. The auctioneer on the stage was a female fairy wearing a purple long skirt and an elegant posture. The other party's strength was not low, and she had reached the 5th level of Daluo. The other party introduced herself. Her name was Nangong Chongqing. After a simple opening speech, the first item of the day was invited to the auction. This item is for the Golden Immortal, a bottle of 10 6-turn immortal pills, with a starting price of 500 trillion, 5,010 trillion, 5,050 trillion, 5,100 trillion. The price of the 6-turn immortal pill is rising rapidly, and it will soon surpass 5,300 trillion. Room 9874 bids 5,300 trillion. Is there any Taoist friend who bids higher? 5,300 trillion once. 5,300 trillion twice. Congratulations to the Taoist friend in room 9874 for winning the first lot today. Now we invite the second lot. The second lot was a magical power of the Golden Immortal level, which was finally sold for 3,200 trillion. The third lot was a fairy art, which was finally sold for 2,890 trillion. Then the fourth lot was a bottle of 7-turn immortal pill, with a reserve price of 200 trillion, and it was finally won for 2.5 trillion. The fifth lot was a Tai level magical power, and the sixth lot was a Tai level fairy art. Now, Gao Yan saw the pattern. The first 3 items were all Golden Immortal level items, and the last 3 items were Tai level items. If it goes as expected, the next 3 items should be Daluo level items. It turned out to be as he expected. The 7th item was the 8-turn immortal pill, but it was no longer a bottle, but 3 pills, with a starting price of 300 trillion. Gao Yan looked at the number of his immortal stones, which was more than 460 trillion. Originally, he thought he could not spend it all, but now it seems that he can only buy 46 8-turn immortal pills, and it may not even be enough. While Gao Yan was stunned, the price of the 8-turn immortal pill had soared to 3.5 trillion. And Gao Yan was considering whether to auction the 8-turn immortal pill. He practiced the 5 Emperors immortal scripture and is now the 6th level of Daluo immortal. 3 8-turn immortal pills can help him improve 1 realm at most. Anyway, there is no use for keeping the immortal stones, so it is better to use them to improve strength. So, Gao Yan sent his voice into the sound transmission stone. Then his changed voice spread throughout the venue. 400 trillion. 4.1 trillion. 4.2 trillion. 4.3 trillion. Gao Yan's direct increase of 50 trillion did not deter other competitors, but made the bidding more intense. As expected, those who came to compete for the 8-turn immortal pill were all Daluo level masters. And these Daluo masters were well prepared and must have strong financial resources. So, Gao Yan temporarily stopped bidding. After a while, the price of 3 8-turn immortal pills exceeded 100 trillion. Damn, it's too exaggerated, they don't even treat immortal stones as immortal stones, Gao Yan said secretly. But then, he realized another problem. Why did the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce collect so many immortal stones? After all, for powerful immortals, immortal stones are just the cheapest practice resources. However, after reaching the price of 100 trillion, the number of bidders also decreased. 150 trillion. Gao Yan participated again. In a room, the young man in green was stunned when he heard Gao Yan's offer. And then he gritted his teeth and quoted a price of 160 trillion. 200 trillion. Gao Yan continued to quote. Then the last opponent was silent. Nangong Chongqing, the guest in room 2222, quoted 200 trillion. Is there any guest who quoted a higher price? After asking 3 times in a row, Gao Yan won the 3 8-turn immortal pills. After a while, a maid brought the 3 8-turn immortal pills to Gao Yan's room, and Gao Yan also paid the bill happily. He originally had 460 trillion immortal stones, and his wealth was almost shrunk by half. Madam, I will go to refine the pills first, and you can participate in the next auction. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan entered my world. Then he directly took all 3 8-turn immortal pills into his body, and then absorbed them through the practice badge. It took about 10 hours. All 3 8-turn immortal pills were refined and absorbed, and Gao Yan's cultivation level was also raised to the 7th level of Daluo Immortal. When he walked out of my world, the auction was still going on. I learned from Zhao Xianyue that the 25th item was being auctioned. The 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th items were all Daluo level items, but when it came to the 11th item, it became the golden immortal level. Then from the 14th item onwards, it became the Tai immortal level. Now the 25th item is still the Tai level. Time passed slowly. Coming to the 27th lot, there are 3 more 8-turn immortal pills. He didn't bid in the last round, because he was practicing in my world. This round, he chose to bid again, and the first bid was 200 trillion. But his move did not scare everyone, so someone followed and bid 210 trillion. And then Gao Yan bid 250 trillion. Now the last person also backed off. Soon, the maid brought another 3 8-turn immortal pills. After paying 250 trillion, Gao Yan only had more than 10 trillion immortal stones left, which can be said to be back to the pre-liberation era. We have to find a way to open up a new source of income. After entering my world again, Gao Yan continued to refine 3 8-turn immortal pills. This time it only took 8 hours to refine 3 8-turn immortal pills. Gao Yan's cultivation level also barely broke through to the 8th level of Daluo. He had a hunch that if there were 3 more 8-turn immortal pills, he would definitely not be able to break through to the 9th level. Step out of my world, the 32nd item is being auctioned. A golden immortal level magical power. Time passed slowly, and the auction items were also 3 golden immortal level, 3 Taya level, and 4 Daluo level items in rotation. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Nangong Chongqing's voice suddenly rose. Please invite today's finale to the stage, a Wangshan level technique, which can be practiced to perfection to reach the first level of the Great Dao Wangxian. The starting price is 100 trillion, and each increase in price must not be less than 100 trillion. Today, the Daluo who came for the Wangshan level technique is not to be mentioned. So, as soon as the Wangxian technique appeared, it was snapped up. In less than 2 minutes. The price has soared to a terrifying 300 trillion. Fuck, are these Daluo immortals so rich? It seems like robbing them. Gao Yan said secretly. 300 trillion is not the end, the price of the Wangshan level technique is still rising. Soon, it climbed to 400 trillion. After a while, it reached 500 trillion. Hearing this offer, Gao Yan wanted to sell his 5 Emperors Immortal Scripture. A technique that can only be cultivated to the first level of King Immortal. Cannot be sold for 500 trillion, so how much can his technique that can be cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of King Immortal be sold for? The price of the King Immortal level technique continued to rise. After about half a quarter of an hour, it exceeded 600 trillion. But there were still 5 people bidding against each other. In the end, this King Immortal level technique was bought by someone at a price of 13.30 trillion. This made Gao Yan have the urge to sell the technique again. But he soon calmed down. The Tiandi Chamber of Commerce dared to sell the King Immortal level technique, which meant that they had enough confidence. What if someone else tried it? Those strong men would not follow your rules at all, but would directly start to grab it. Even in the end, not only the technique could not be kept, but people would also lose their lives. The auction of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce will be held for a total of 3 days. Today's auction is over. If you don't participate in the 2nd and 3rd rounds, you can leave directly. If you still want to participate in the 2nd round, you can stay in the room overnight, or you can stay outside overnight, and come back after the 2nd round starts tomorrow. Husband, do we still want to participate in the 2nd round? Zhao Xianyue asked. Do you want to participate? Gao Yan asked. It's good to broaden your horizons. Hearing this, Gao Yan understood what Zhao Xianyue meant. Okay, let's stay and continue to participate in tomorrow's auction. So, Gao Yan asked the maid of the auction house to help him order a table of banquets from the restaurant outside. The auction house did not refuse this small request. In less than half an hour, his request was completed, so Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue started eating and drinking in the room. In a blink of an eye, time came to the 2nd day. The 2nd auction house opened again. The auctioneer was still Nangong Chongqing. The first item of the auction today was a bit interesting. It was actually a broken sword. To be precise, it was just the tip of a sword. According to Nangong Chongqing's introduction, this sword tip came from a very ancient relic. Although it is impossible to determine what grade of immortal weapon this sword tip belongs to. But after testing, this sword tip is quite hard, even the 9th level of Wang Xian can't destroy it. Hearing this, everyone present was in an uproar. But then, Nangong Chongqing told everyone that, although the tip of the sword was very strong, there was a problem. The tip of the sword could not be melted, and immortal power could not be injected into it. Hearing this, the people present showed disappointment again. In the end, the starting price of the tip of the sword was 100 trillion. Eye of Insight. Gao Yan turned on the detection function of the Eye of Insight. When the information of the tip of the sword appeared in his mind, Gao Yan couldn't help but have a weird smile on his lips. This tip of the sword is part of the artifact. However, this artifact is special and has its own aura of disaster. Ordinary people can't control it at all. If you hold it forcibly, you will be invaded by the aura of disaster, and you will be in big trouble. After learning about the situation of the tip of the sword, Gao Yan lost interest instantly. The price of the tip of the artifact sword is still rising. After a while, it reached 100 trillion. There are still a lot of people interested in it. Obviously, this group of people are lucky and don't take Nangong Chongqing's introduction to heart. Finally, the tip of this divine weapon sword was bought at a price of 540 trillion. Soon, the seventh item of the day was invited up, still an 8-turn immortal pill, but the number reached 5. Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes were jealous, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. Thinking that 6 8-turn immortal pills cost 450 trillion immortal stones, Gao Yan couldn't help but curse the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce in his heart. In the end, these 5 8-turn immortal pills were bought at a price of 400 trillion, with an average price of 80 trillion. In a blink of an eye, the second auction was about to end. The finale was still a king-level technique. Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue didn't have the strength to participate, so they could only watch the excitement from the side. In the end, this king-level technique was bought at a price of 150 trillion. However, the two king-level techniques were just appetizers. Tomorrow, the technique that surpassed the king-level technique was the highlight, and the one who participated in the auction would definitely be a king-level immortal. Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue were looking forward to it. No words were spoken all night. The third auction is coming. The first item of the day was nothing special and was quickly taken down. Time passed. One by one, the items were taken down by bidders. Finally, it was time for the finale. Nangong Chongqing's voice was a little excited. The next item to be auctioned is a technique. This technique surpasses the King Immortal level. Although it is incomplete, if you are lucky enough to comprehend it, you may be able to break through the King Immortal and achieve a higher realm. Now, I announce that the technique that surpasses the King Immortal level is officially open for auction, with a reserve price of 50 million trillion. Nima. Hearing this offer, Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. But as soon as Nangong Chongqing finished speaking, the bidding began. 55 million trillion. 60 million trillion. 73 million trillion. The price of the incomplete technique soared, and more than a dozen people bid. Gao Yan was very suspicious. The people competing for the technique were the 18 top forces in the fairy world. Soon, the price of the incomplete technique broke through 9,000 trillion. But none of the more than 10 people bidding backed down and continued to bid. After a few breaths, the price broke through 100 trillion. 1 trillion equals trillion. Too rich, too rich. Looking at these King Immortals bidding, Gao Yan felt jealous for the first time and reflected on whether he was too lazy to be satisfied with just controlling a domain. You should know that Futu Temple is just a tiny force that can control 3 islands and 6 domains. As a Daluo, he is not even as good as a Tai force. Now the system upgrade requires 10,000 trillion income value. And the tax revenue of Dongyue domain is only more than 2,000 trillion a year. It takes 5 years to upgrade to the next level, just by collecting taxes. After the system reaches level 140, the income value will double, and it will probably take 10 years to upgrade to the next level. Therefore, after returning, he must open up a new source of income. In fact, it is also simple to open up a new source of income. He is a polygonal warrior. He can not only refine pills, but also refine tools and make talismans. He can make a large number of pills and immortal talismans to sell. As for whether he will be targeted, he is now at the 8th level of Daluo, so he is not afraid of being targeted. As for Wang Xian, as long as the pills and talismans he sells are not up to the 7th level, they probably won't bother to pay attention to him. After making the decision, Gao Yan's heart gradually regained peace. And the price of the technique is still soaring, reaching 130 million trillion. In a blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. The third auction finally ended. And the pressed product, the technique that surpassed the Wang Xian level, was bought by an unknown Wang Xian at a price of 880 million trillion. After leaving the auction house, Gao Yan and his wife returned to the hotel. At the same time, the strong men of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce notified the whole city that the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce would be completely closed in 3 days, and people in the city should leave within 3 days. Since he had the idea of making immortal talismans and pills for sale. On the second day, Gao Yan simply spent all the more than 10,000 trillion immortal stones on him, and exchanged them all for materials for alchemy and talisman making. At the same time, he also received a notice from his chief master, saying that the people from the Buddha temple will set out to return to the Buddha temple at noon tomorrow. Noon the next day. Gao Yan and his wife came to the temporary stronghold of the Buddha temple outside the city to meet others. After another half an hour, when everyone arrived, they boarded the ferry boat and returned to the Buddha hall along the same route. About 2 hours passed. The advancing ferry boat suddenly stopped, but there was someone fighting in the air ahead. Gao Yan swept with his spiritual thoughts and found that more than a dozen Tai immortals were besieging 6 Tai immortals. Moreover, there were 3 people standing in the sky not far away. The person in the lead is a 3rd-level Great Luo immortal, and the 2 standing behind him are both 9th-level Tai immortal. Brother, they are from Chongfeng Palace. Xin Yi looked at the 6 Tai immortals who were besieged and said, "Do you want to help them?" Chongfeng Palace also belongs to the Tai forces under Lindian Palace. "You're crazy." Xin Xian glared at Xin Yi angrily. The big Luo watching the battle should be with the people who besieged Chongfeng Palace. Then let's leave quickly. Xin Ye's expression changed. He didn't expect that there was a great Luo immortal. So, Xin Xian immediately changed direction and planned to go around. Just after flying a certain distance, 2 more figures appeared in front of the immortal boat. The aura, belonging to the 9th level of Tai immortal, exploded and locked on the immortal boat. Gao Yan, who was in the ferry boat, was overjoyed. This time he went to the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce and spent almost all the immortal stones he had on him. I didn't expect that a treasure delivery boy would come to my door so soon. Think of this. He released the puppet of the 9th level Tai immortal and asked him to take the initiative to attack the 2 9th level Tai immortal. These 2 Tai immortal 9th levels are quite powerful. Together, they can't help but the Tai immortal puppet, but the Tai immortal puppet can't help them either. For a time, the two sides were in a stalemate. Upon seeing this, a look of dissatisfaction flashed across the face of the great Luo immortal. He swayed and appeared not far away. Then the aura on his body exploded and pressed against the Tai immortal puppet. But at this moment, a stronger Deluo aura locked him, and then a palm protruded from the void, dragging him into the void and disappearing. Then, the hand appeared again. The two 9th-level Tai immortal figures that were besieging the Tai immortal puppet were also dragged into the void. Now that you have intervened in this matter, let's see to it that good things come to an end. Gao Yan also ordered the Tai puppet to help the people of Changfeng Palace deal with the Tai immortal who besieged them. Disciple, do you need our help? Xinyi asked. No need, he can handle it. Gao Yan is trying to get the storage immortal rings of the 12 Tai immortals. If the people from Futu Palace intervene, wouldn't they want to share the spoils? It didn't take much time. The Tai puppet killed all 12 Tai immortals and brought back their storage immortal rings. After erasing the marks on the storage rings of the 14 Tai immortals, Gao Yan examined them with his spiritual thoughts. A total of 2,000 trillion fairy stones were obtained. It's not that these Tai immortals are too poor, but they all went shopping at the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce, and the immortal stones were basically replaced with various cultivation resources. After looking at the revenue value, it increased by 2,000 trillion to more than 5,000 trillion. The number of fairy stones that had returned to zero has returned to 12,000 trillion. Then, the great Luo Immortal's immortal storage ring appeared in Gao Yan's hand. Suddenly, Gao Yan was a little excited, wondering how many fairy stones were inside. After quickly erasing the mark on the storage fairy ring, the system prompt sounds immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 40,000 trillion revenue. That's all? Gao Yan was a little surprised, and his spiritual thoughts quickly fell into the opponent's storage ring. When I saw something in the other party's storage fairy ring, I subconsciously shouted in my heart, fuck. Because the tip of the sword of doom is lying in the opponent's storage fairy ring. No wonder the other party met me when he was robbing. If nothing else, his luck was affected by the sword of doom. However, this bad luck happened too quickly. Thinking of this, Gao Yan also had a strong fear of the tip of the sword. So, he decisively took out the tip of the divine sword of doom and threw it away. Although the tip of the divine sword of doom could be resold for a lot of fairy stones, Gao Yan did not dare to keep it with him. If he can't withstand the bad luck of the other party, he will be in serious trouble. After checking the revenue value, it has reached 45,000 trillion, and the total number of immortal stones has reached 252,000 trillion after being returned 5 times by the system. One level can be upgraded to 10,000 gigabits. Therefore, Gao Yan decisively gave the order to upgrade the system to 4 levels in a row. Ding, the system is being upgraded. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Put away the system interface. Gao Yan continued to look at the immortal storage ring of the great Luo Immortal. When his mind passed over a jade bottle, he couldn't help but feel happy. After examining it, he found that it contained 3 8-turn elixir. As expected, these 3 8th-level elixirs were bought by the other party from the auction. It's a pity that Gao Yan is cheap at best. In addition, the other party's storage fairy ring also contains a Daluo magical power and Daluo magic that were bought from the auction. The rest are some various materials and fairy weapons. If all these things were sold, they could be worth tens of trillions. After accepting Chang Fengdian's thanks, Futudian continued on his way. Brother, that apprentice of yours is becoming more and more mysterious. He can even take down the great Luo immortal easily. Xin Xian said in a complicated tone, everyone is not stupid. Although there is no evidence that the big hand that suddenly captured the great Luo Xian is related to Gao Yan, but after a little analysis, everyone can guess that this matter is 100% related to Gao Yan. Inseparable from the relationship. So what, he is my apprentice anyway. Xin Yi said with a proud face. Grass. Seeing this scene, Xin Xian felt a little resentful in his heart. If he had known that Gao Yan was so mysterious, he would have accepted him as his apprentice no matter what. In addition to the Shen brothers talking about Gao Yan, others on the ferry boat were also talking. Time flies by in one day. The system upgrade is completed. Reward 4 God-level draws and 40,000 evolution points. This God-level lottery is worth 10,000 trillion each. If the 8th level elixir is prescribed again, Gao Yan estimates that there will be at least 10 pills in one bottle. System, for divine draws in a row. Ding, start the God-level lottery for 4 consecutive draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a bottle of 8th turn elixir. The reward has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ha ha. Gao Yan smiled, and as he expected, a bottle of 10-piece 8th road elixir was opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 9-turn elixir. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. I'll go. When Gao Yan saw the second prize, he was so happy that he went crazy. Once the 9 transformations elixir comes, won't he be able to break through to the King Immortal? Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a low-grade King's Immortal weapon. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the King Immortal level. Immortal technique rain falling into the sky. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The last 2 prizes are also good. A piece of King Immortal artifact, a piece of King Immortal level immortal technique. But do you want to break through? We have to wait until we return to Tianyao City. More than 20 days later, Gao Yan and Zhao Xianyue returned to Tianyao City. Use the inside eye to check the courtyard where Qian Huan, Immortal Emperor, lives. The other party was not there in person, but a Daluo-level subordinate pretended that she was in retreat. It seems that Qian Huan, Immortal Emperor, also participated in the auction of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce this time, but I don't know if she got the incomplete technique. Madam, I need to stay in seclusion for a while. After Gao Yan said hello to Zhao Xianyue, he entered my world. He has 13 8-turn elixirs and 1 9-turn elixir in his hand. If he takes a 9-turn elixir, he should still be able to advance to the level of King Immortal, but it is estimated that he can only reach the early stage of the first level of Wang Immortal. However, if he first uses the 8-turn elixir to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of Daluo Immortal, and then takes the 9th level elixir, if you use the Immortal transformation pill, you will most likely reach the peak of the first level of King Immortal. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to use the 8th level elixir to upgrade his cultivation to the 9th level of Daluo Immortal. After consuming 6 8-turn elixirs, Gao Yan's realm successfully reached the peak of the 9th level of Daluo Immortal, and then he incorporated the 9-turn elixir into his body. Under the control of the training badge, his realm advanced towards the 1st level of Wangxian. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 5 days later, Gao Yan's cultivation level was successfully promoted to the 1st level of Wangxian, and the power of the 9-turn immortal pill had not been exhausted yet. After the cultivation badge absorbed all the remaining medicinal power, Gao Yan's state reached the late stage of the 1st level of Wangxian. Afterwards, Gao Yan took out the King Immortal level immortal technique Yulua Songqiong and fused it. This immortal technique was also divided into 5 levels. After the fusion, he reached the 1st level. Today, Gao Yan has 44,000 evolution points. You can increase the level of rainfall in the sky by adding points. So, he spent 3,000 points to upgrade Yuluat Songqiong to the 2nd level. After spending another 5,000 evolution points, Yuluat Songqiong was upgraded to the 3rd level. Then, Gao Yan continued to spend 10,000 evolution points to upgrade Yulua Songqiong to the 4th level. Finally, spend 20,000 evolution points to upgrade Yuluat Songqiong to the 5th level. At this point, 44,000 evolution points, 6,000 points left. After the fusion of immortality, Gao Yan took out the king's immortal artifact that he had drawn. This is the shape of a long sword. Because it came from the system, Gao Yan didn't spend much time refining it. As for the name, Gao Yan was too lazy to choose it, because it was just a low-grade immortal king weapon. With his system, he could update and iterate quickly on weapons, so there was no need to choose a name. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan condensed the 2 twins and threw the materials he purchased to them. One makes alchemy, and the other makes talismans. It can be regarded as making the best use of everything. At this moment, he still has 7 8th-turn elixirs in his hand. Gao Yan decided to sell one. As for who to sell it to? Naturally, it was sold to Shen Xian. Old Shen is already at the 9th level of Tai Immortal, so I don't believe that he doesn't want to become a great Luo Immortal. A thought came out of my world, and then Gao Yan escaped into the void and headed towards the pagoda palace. It's my nephew. Do you have anything to do with me? Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, a warm smile appeared on Shen Xian's face. Uncle Shen, do you want to buy the 8-turn elixir? It only costs 60,000 trillion. I'll sell you one. Gao Yan said with a smile. At Tandy Commercial Bank, Gao Yan bought 2 rounds of 8-turn elixir and won one for 200,000 trillion. 3. Another round of 250,000 won, 3. The average price exceeds 70,000 megabytes. Therefore, Gao Yan sold him one at a unit price of 60,000 yuan, and he did not lose money. Martial nephew, to be honest, I am very tempted by this price, but I don't have that many fairy stones on hand. Shen Xian said with a wry smile. Gao Yan was a little surprised. No, you can't even get 60,000 trillion immortal stones. As far as I know, you must collect at least tens of thousands of trillions of taxes every year. You have been the boss of the Buddha temple for so long, and you can't you get this fairy stone? Shen Xian explained, it is true that tens of thousands of trillions can be collected every year, but part of it must be handed over to Lindian Palace. Secondly, the 2 deputy palace masters and the 4 Tai elders will also have to take part of it. In addition, they must be given to other golden immortals. Salary, so my annual net income is only 8,000 trillion. I will use these 8,000 trillion to purchase cultivation resources. In addition, I will also be responsible for the cultivation resources of my Taoist companions and children. Therefore, the number of immortal stones that can truly be accumulated is very small. Then how many fairy stones can you bring out now? Gao Yan asked. Up to 30,000 trillion. Gao Yan thought for a moment and said, well, I'll give you the elixir first. And you, give me 30,000 trillion, and the remaining 30,000 trillion, how about? You pay me 3,000 trillion every year, and pay it off in 10 years? Can. Xin Xian agreed without thinking, and then arranged for someone to get the fairy stone. Within half a quarter of an hour, 30,000 trillion immortal stones were delivered, and Gao Yan also gave the 8th level elixir to Xin Xian. As for the remaining 30,000 trillion yuan, the two parties did not sign any agreement, because Gao Yan and Xin Xian were smart people and could not default on their debts. The income value increased by another 30,000 trillion. Can be upgraded to 3 levels in a row. Therefore, Gao Yan directly issued an upgrade order. The next day, Tianyao City. The system has been upgraded again, reaching level 137. Reward 3 god-level draws and 30,000 evolution points. System, start 3 consecutive draws. Ding, 3 consecutive draws are on. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 9-turn elixir. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please wait patiently. Yes, it's the 9 revolution elixir again. Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction, and after hearing the second and third announcements, his smile grew wider. 3 consecutive draws, all of them were 9 revolutions pills. Enter my world again. Swallowed a 9 revolutions pill, and the practice badge started to work. A few days later, Gao Yan's realm rose to another level, reaching the middle stage of the 2nd level of King Immortal. So, he took another 9 revolutions pill. After digestion, he reached the early stage of the 3rd level of King Immortal. There was only 1 pill left, and Gao Yan estimated that this 9 revolutions pill would not allow him to advance to the 4th level of King Immortal. As expected, after using the 3rd 9 revolutions pill, he only advanced to the peak of the 3rd level of King Immortal. I don't know, how can my peak 3rd level of King Immortal compare with other levels of King Immortal? Gao Yan said secretly, unfortunately, there are too few King Immortals, even if he wants to find one to test his strength, he can't find it. Get out of my world. Gao Yan thought about it, he was already at the level of King Immortal, even if he pretended to be weak, the 5th level of Golden Immortal was too low, so he simply simulated the breath of the 9th level of Golden Immortal. At most, he bought a lot of immortal pills at the auction of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce and broke through to the 9th level of the Golden Immortal. Husband, are you willing to adjust your cultivation to the 9th level of the Golden Immortal? Zhao Xianyue found that Gao Yan had raised his cultivation and couldn't help but joked. Her husband really has a bad taste. He is obviously a Daluo, but he has to pretend to be a Golden Immortal. At this time, an extremely subtle space fluctuation occurred in the city lord's mansion. Ordinary people can't find it, even ordinary Daluo can't find it, but Gao Yan found it. Used a divine mind to scan. It turned out that Qianhuan Immortal Emperor is back again. Of course, it was her subordinate, the 9th level of the Daluo Immortal, who brought her back. A few days later, Daluo under the command of the 1000 Illusion Empress reported to her that Gao Yan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Golden Immortal. So fast? Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor was stunned. From going to the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce to returning, it took only 2 or 3 months, and Gao Yan actually reached the 9th level of the Golden Immortal from the 5th level. Is his cultivation ever frivolous? Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor asked. It's not frivolous, but it seems particularly solid. She is a strong man of the 9th level of Daluo, and it is very easy to tell whether a golden immortal's cultivation is solid. Then how do you think he broke through the 4 realms in a row? Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor asked. I don't know either. Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor shook her head in shame. Keep an eye on it. Now, Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor is very sure that Gao Yan has a huge secret. Yes. At this moment, in my world, Gao Yan is inspecting the elixirs and talismans made by the twins. Originally, he planned to collect the Daluo treasure in the 7-colored Immortal Tower after being promoted to King Immortal. Unexpectedly, the Daluo subordinates of the Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor were always watching him, so he couldn't leave. It happened that during this period, the 2 twins refined a lot of immortal talismans and immortal pills. The immortal pills can be sold in the pill shop. As for the immortal talismans, he planned to find another channel to sell them. After letting one of the twins sit in the city lord's mansion, Gao Yan left the city lord's mansion under the nose of the female Daluo, but the other party didn't notice it at all. Soon, Gao Yan came to the location of the Daluo treasure. Standing in front of the 7-colored Immortal Tower, Gao Yan's mind flashed. Those Daluo immortals who behaved inhumanely at the auction. When he thought about the last time, he only got 500 trillion immortal stones in a row for 6 floors, and he was so angry. Damn, can't you put more immortal stones on the 1st to 6th floors? In fact, if the person lying on the 7th floor of the tower knew Gao Yan's thoughts, he would definitely cry out for injustice. Although there are not many immortal stones on the 1st to 6th floors, there are several Daluo immortal artifacts. Which of these Daluo immortal artifacts can't be sold for tens of trillions of dollars? Recovering his mind, Gao Yan directly entered the 7-colored Immortal Tower. Without delay, he quickly arrived at the 6th floor. Looking at the stairs leading to the 7th floor. Out of caution, Gao Yan still used the foresight magic once. After reading the information for the next 3 days, Gao Yan chuckled and stepped decisively onto the 7th floor of the Immortal Tower. The moment he stepped onto the 7th floor, the Immortal Soul Replacement formation was activated. Gao Yan also felt the replacement power from the formation, as if to exchange his immortal soul with another immortal soul. Unfortunately, this power could not shake Gao Yan's immortal soul. He flicked his finger, and a stream of immortal power flew out and hit somewhere in the void. With a puff sound, the 7-layer replacement formation collapsed. You actually broke my formation. An immortal soul floated out of the coffin, looking at Gao Yan with resentful eyes. Any objections? Gao Yan directly burst out the aura of the 3rd level of the King Immortal. No objections. The immortal soul decisively admitted his defeat. Not to mention that he is only an immortal soul now, even if his physical body is still there, he is only the 9th level of the Great Luo, and he can't be the opponent of the 3rd level of the King Immortal in front of him. Give me your storage immortal ring. Gao Yan said again. Here you are. The immortal soul decisively threw a storage immortal ring to Gao Yan, and Also wiped off the mark on it considerately. Gao Yan swept his mind and smiled immediately. That's right, this is the wealth that a great Luo immortal should have. In this storage immortal ring, there are 5 million trillion immortal stones. Now, he can upgrade like crazy. Since you are so cooperative, I won't deal with you, let's go. After leaving a word, Gao Yan flashed away from the 7 colors immortal tower. Seeing Gao Yan just leave like that, the immortal soul was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would really spare him. After returning to the ground, Gao Yan summoned the system interface. The income value directly reached over 5 million trillion, and the total number of immortal stones soared to more than 30 million trillion. It's just a huge profit. The current system is level 137. Gao Yan decisively consumed 30,000 trillion to upgrade 3 levels. Ding, the system is upgrading, the upgrade time is 24 hours, please wait patiently. Putting away the system interface, Gao Yan didn't want to go back to Tianyao City, he was going to go somewhere else for a while. An hour later, Gao Yan appeared in the immortal city of another domain. This domain is called Shitian Domain, which is the territory of Sanjiang Palace, but this Sanjiang Palace is not the Tai force under Lindian Palace, but the Tai force under Tianqi Palace. But Tianqi Palace and Lindian Palace belong to Qianhuan Palace. The city where Gao Yan lives is called Filong City. It is not a top-level immortal city, but there are more than 60 million immortals living in the city. Unlike Tianyao City, there are no wandering immortals. But outside Filong City, there are still many immortals who have lost their immortal status. Old rules. When Gao Yan came to a strange place, he liked to use soul seeds to read the memories of locals. After reading the memories of several Earth immortals, Gao Yan slowly came to a street. There are immortals setting up stalls on this street. It happened that the twins made a lot of immortal talismans, and Gao Yan was also ready to set up a stall to sell talismans. After paying the stall fee of 10 immortal stones, Gao Yan got a temporary stall. Then he put 3 first-grade immortal talismans on it. These 3 first-grade immortal talismans are the Body Protection Immortal Talisman, the Movement Immortal Talisman, and the Sword Energy Immortal Talisman. Soon, someone came to ask the price. Dao Yu, how do you sell these 3 immortal talismans? Gao Yan said lazily, 100 immortal stones each, no bargaining. Isn't 100 immortal stones too expensive? The other party said hesitantly. Not expensive, although my immortal talismans are all first-grade immortal talismans. The Body Protection Immortal Talisman can block 10 attacks of the 9th level of human immortals. The Movement Immortal Talisman can move you 100 miles away, and as for the Sword Energy Immortal Talisman, it is comparable to the full-strength attack of the 9th level of human immortals. Do you think it's expensive? Really? After hearing Gao Yan's introduction, the other party asked with his eyes lit up. Do I need to lie to you? Gao Yan said lightly, revealing a trace of heavenly immortal aura. After feeling this breath, the human immortal stopped talking and immediately took out the immortal stone to buy 30 immortal talismans, 10 each of the bodyguard, sword energy, and teleportation talismans. Haha, it feels good. Gao Yan smiled as he put away the immortal stone. He was a 9th grade talisman maker. He could draw thousands of these first-grade immortal talismans in 1 second. After that, Gao Yan's business was pretty good. He sold hundreds of each immortal talisman. Then he found that someone was eyeing him. So, he decisively leaked a trace of the heavenly immortal breath, which scared the other party to flee. In an ordinary immortal city, the heavenly immortal is already a big boss. Selling talismans made a lot of immortal stones. Gao Yan planned to take care of the business of the Shuangshou building in Feilong City. Of course, he went to the Shuangshou building just to listen to the music and watch the dance, and he would not go to communicate with the little fairies. But after enjoying the music and dance of several Shuangshou buildings, Gao Yan was a little disappointed. The music and dances of several Shuangshou buildings were very average, and there was a big gap compared to the music and dances of the Shuangshou buildings under his command. Afterwards, Gao Yan went to the best restaurant in the city. Gao Yan was also disappointed with the dishes in the restaurant. The dishes prepared by their chef were not even as good as Concubine Bai, who had never watched the video. Since neither the Shuangshou building nor the restaurant in Feilong City can satisfy Gao Yan, he decided to go to the largest city in the state. That city is called Dragon City, and there are more than 200 million immortals in it. At Gao Yan's current speed, he arrived at Dragon City in just a few breaths. After entering the city, Gao Yan found a hotel to stay in. Naturally, I stayed in the most luxurious room. The next morning, Gao Yan swept his mind and arrived at the street where stalls were set up for idle immortals. The booth fee at Dragon City is slightly higher, costing 13 yuan. After paying the stall fee, Gao Yan set up a stall to sell immortal talismans and put up a sign next to it, introducing the functions of the 3 immortal talismans. Boy, can your immortal talisman really block a strike from the 9th level? Human immortal? A young earth immortal came to Gao Yan's stall with 2 followers. Good. Gao Yan nodded lightly. I don't believe it. The young earth immortal joked. It's none of my business if you don't believe me. If you want to buy a talisman, just buy the fairy stone. If you don't want to sell the talisman, get out. Don't hinder my business. Gao Yan said lazily. Do you know who I am? After hearing Gao Yan's words, the earthly, immortal young man asked angrily. Qin Jiuyang, are you bullying people again? Just at this moment, a shout came out, but it was a female earth fairy walking towards here with her maid. Nian Yao, don't get me wrong. I didn't bully this stall owner. I just couldn't stand his arrogance. The earthly immortal young man named Qin Jiuyang explained quickly. You didn't lie to me? Zhu Nianyao frowned and asked. Of course, if you don't believe it, ask him yourself. Qin Jiuyang pointed at Gao Yan and said. Stall owner, is Qin Jiuyang right? Zhu Nianyao asked Gao Yan. Wrong. What's wrong? Qin Jiuyang immediately became angry. This guy actually dared to lie in front of Nianyao. Do you believe that I smashed your stall? Qin Jiuyang, how dare you? Zhu Nianyao stared with apricot eyes and shouted with a bad look, then looked at Gao Yan. Don't worry, stall owner, he doesn't dare to do anything to you. As long as I'm here? Without you here, he can't do anything to me. Gao Yan said with a smile, and then put away the stall with a wave of his hand. The next moment, Gao Yan disappeared in a flash. Qin Jiuyang and Zhu Nianyao were stunned. I'm going to meet an expert. After a while, Qin Jiuyang came back to his senses and said. I usually tell you to keep a low profile, but I don't believe it. Fortunately, the master didn't argue with you this time, otherwise, you would have died 800 times. Zhu Nianyao snorted coldly. The reason why Gao Yan left was because the system upgrade was completed. Upgrading to 3 levels in a row will reward 3 god-level draws and 30,000 evolution points. Also, the system has reached level 140, and the next upgrade will consume 20,000 trillion revenue points per level. Gao Yan, who owns 4.97 trillion, wants to shout that 20,000 trillion is nothing. System, start 3 consecutive draws. Ding, the system starts 3 consecutive God-level draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 9-turn elixir. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a King Immortal level puppet. The prize has been distributed at least system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a King level magical power. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. After the system finished drawing the prizes, Gao Yanxian checked the level of the Wang Xian puppet. It was the 5th level of Wang Xian, which was not bad. Then, he checked out the magical power of the Immortal King, called Shura Sword Finger. This is a very powerful attacking magical power. It can be used after fusion with the magical power. No upgrade is required. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the power. With a thought, Gao Yan entered my world. His current cultivation level is at the peak of the 3rd level of King Immortal, and he can reach the 4th level of King Immortal with just one 9-turn Immortal pill. As expected. After using this 9-turn elixir, Gao Yan's cultivation level was successfully promoted to the middle stage of the 4th level of Wang Xian. The 5 Emperors Immortal Scripture is quite expensive. Gao Yan frowned slightly. He originally thought he could reach the late stage of the 4th level of Wang Xian, but in the end he only reached the middle stage. But it doesn't matter. He can continue to upgrade. System, I want to upgrade 10 levels in a row. Ding, the system is enabled to upgrade 10 levels in a row. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. After looking at the revenue value, even if 200,000 trillion was deducted, 4.77 trillion was still left. He casually fused the Shura Sword Finger with Gao Yan and escaped from my world. He also set up a stall on a whim, so he won't go there today. He plans to leave after paying homage to the Shuangshou Building and Restaurant in Dragon City. Giant Dragon City is much larger than Filong City. But Shuangxila's music and dance still couldn't satisfy Gao Yan. It seems that if you want to listen to beautiful music, you still have to rely on Jasper Silk. Gao Yan, who left Shuangshou Building early, came to the largest restaurant in the city. After tasting the dishes in the restaurant, Gao Yan was slightly pleased. Although the skills of the chefs here were still not comparable to those of Concubine Bai, they were much better than those of Filong City. Just as he was checking out and leaving the hotel, he found Zhu Nianyao walking in with her maid. Senior. When Zhu Nianyao saw Gao Yan, she was immediately surprised. Hello, Senior. My name is Zhu Nianyao. I am from the Zhu family of Julong City. Gao Yan nodded. What do you want? In Zhu Nianyao's opinion, the cultivation level of the person in front of her has at least reached the level of true immortal, maybe even the mysterious immortal. As for the golden immortal, she dare not think about it, and the Zhu family is a true immortal family. If she can help the family win over a true immortal, she will definitely make a great contribution. Excuse me, Senior, are you a talisman maker? Zhu Nianyao asked with a turn of her eyes. Yes. Then can Senior make a 3rd grade or 4th grade immortal talisman? Of course. That's great. Zhu Nianyao shouted in surprise. Gao Yan can make a 4th grade immortal Talisman, which means that the other party must be a true immortal. So, she said, Senior, our Zhu family wants to buy some 3rd and 4th grade talismans. Can you come home with me to talk? Okay. Gao Yan didn't want to pay attention, but thinking that they, and Zhu Yanniao, could actually meet twice in a short period of time, it was also a fate. Senior, please come this way. Hearing Gao Yan's agreement, Zhu Yanniao was overjoyed and immediately stretched out her hand to lead Gao Yan. On the way to the Zhu family, Gao Yan learned about the situation of the Zhu family through the soul seed. First of all, it is true that the Zhu family is a true immortal family, but the Zhu family has only one true immortal, and it has only reached the first level of true immortal, which is considered a newly promoted true immortal family. And the sphere of influence has not yet expanded, and is limited to the Dragon City. And the previous Qin Jiuyang is the son of the Dragon City Lord, and the Lord Qin Yu Tao is a powerful person of the 9th level of the Heavenly Immortal. All the way, Zhu Yanniao kept chattering. Judging from her performance, she should be young, so Gao Yan used the detection function of the inside eye on her. But after the other party's information appeared in his mind, Gao Yan couldn't help but be stunned, and the look he gave Zhu Yanniao was even more surprised. The reason why Gao Yan was surprised was that Zhu Yanniao only had a 6th grade immortal body on the surface, but in fact, she had a spirit body of the law of fire. It's just that her law spirit has not yet awakened. In addition, Zhu Yanniao's age is indeed not that old compared to other immortals, only in her early 2000s. Soon, Zhu Yanniao guided Gao Yan to Zhu's house, and then placed him in a side hall to drink tea. And she went to meet her uncle, the head of the family. When she came to the courtyard where her uncle lived, she happened to see her cousin Zhu Nianqin, so she asked, Sister Nianqin, is uncle here? I have important things to see him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Nianqin felt very uncomfortable. I say Nianyao, please be more careful. My father has to manage the entire Zhu family. It's very hard. Don't bother him if you have nothing to do. Although we are all cousins, Zhu Nianqin is jealous of this cousin. She is over 30,000 years old and has talent at the 9th level of human immortality, while Zhu Nianyao is only over 2,000 years old and has already reached the 5th level of earthly immortality. Even her father often praised Zhu Nianyao in front of her, saying that she might become the 2nd true immortal of the Zhu family. Therefore, when she was jealous of Zhu Nianyao, she naturally made things difficult for him. Hearing Zhu Nianqin's words, Zhu Nianyao immediately understood that the other party was deliberately preventing her from meeting her uncle, so she smiled. Sister Nianqin, this matter is very important to our entire Zhu family. Since you stopped me to see my uncle, then I can only go to see my grandpa. While talking, Zhu Nianyao turned around and left. Now, it was Zhu Nian's turn to be flustered. Zhu Nianyao, please stop trying to pressure me with your words. Besides, Grandpa is so easy to see. If you pass, you won't be able to see him. Believe it or not. Zhu Nianyao said lightly, as for whether I can see Grandpa, I don't need to worry about it, Sister Nianqin. Wait, don't. Zhu Nianqin said quickly. Hearing this, a joking smile appeared on the corner of Zhu Nianyao's mouth. But it disappeared immediately. She turned around and looked at her cousin in confusion, and asked in confusion, Sister Nianqin, do you have anything else? Wait, I'm going to report to my father right now. Zhu Nianqin said angrily. Seeing this scene, Zhu Nianyao couldn't help but feel funny. This cousin was really good and fun-loving. She always suffered losses at her hands, but she didn't have a long memory. Soon, Zhu Nianyao was summoned by her uncle. After entering, she was about to salute, but was interrupted by the uncle who was the head of the family. Nianyao, what do you want to do with uncle this time? Uncle, I invited a true immortal who is proficient in making talismans, to come home. Zhu Nianyao said quickly. What? Zhu Yongshan suddenly stood up and asked, with a shocked look on his face. Nianyao, you didn't play tricks on uncle? Uncle, I have invited people to the side hall. You will know after you go and see them. Then what are you waiting for? You can't neglect seeing your true immortal. Zhu Yongshan said anxiously and hurried towards the side hall. Seeing this, Zhu Nianyao and Zhu Nianqin followed. Soon, Zhu Yongshan came to the side hall, and then his wooden advertisement fell on the handsome young man with an indifferent face in the side hall. You can't see through it because of your cultivation, it must be a true immortal. Zhu Yongshan secretly thought, because he himself has reached the 9th level of the celestial immortal, below the true immortal, even if the other party deliberately conceals his cultivation level, he can't hide it from his eyes. Zhu Yongshan has met the senior. The next moment, he stepped into the side hall, bent down and bowed respectfully to Gao Yan. Zhu Nianyao and Zhu Nianqin, who followed closely, also saluted. No need to be polite. Gao Yan raised his hand, and the three of them were lifted up by an invisible force. Uncle, this senior is also a master of making talismans. You can buy 3rd and 4th grade talismans from him. At this time, Zhu Nianyao explained from the side. Senior, is there really a 4th grade immortal talisman? Zhu Yongshan asked excitedly. Have. Gao Yan waved his hand, and 3 immortal talismans flew towards Zhu Yongshan. At the same time, Gao Yan explained, a 4th grade body protection talisman, a 4th grade attack sword talisman, and a 4th grade moving talisman. The body protection talisman can block the full force of the 9th level of the true immortal 10 times, and the attack sword talisman can release the true immortal. The immortal 9 levels can strike 10 times with all its strength. As for the teleportation talisman, after being activated, it can instantly move to a distance of 100,000 miles and can be used 10 times in a row. After listening to Gao Yan's explanation, Zhu Yongshan stared at the 3 talismans with bright eyes, and then asked incoherently, dare I ask senior, what are the prices of these 3 talismans? I'm giving it to you, Zhu family, but I have a condition. Gao Yan said with a smile. What conditions? I want to accept her as my disciple. Gao Yan looked at Zhu Nianyao and said. This? Upon hearing this condition, Zhu Yongshan hesitated, because Zhu Nianyao was a 6th grade immortal and had great hope of becoming a true immortal, so he naturally did not want her to become a disciple of an outsider. What, you don't want to? Gao Yan's face darkened. Senior, it's not that I don't want to, it's mainly because Nianyao is the only true immortal Miao Miao in our Zhu family. Zhu Yongshan said with an embarrassed look. Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled faintly, and then looked at Zhu Nianyao. Are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Master, please accept my disciple's bow. The next moment, Zhu Nianyao knelt down decisively and kowtowed to Gao Yan. Yes, you made a smart choice. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction, then released the aura of the 9th level of the Golden Immortal, and lifted Zhu Nianyao up from the air. Golden Immortal. Zhu Yongshan's expression fell into a dull state. And when Zhu Nianqin watched her cousin worship a golden immortal as her master, she was so jealous that she went crazy. But she quickly suppressed the jealousy in her heart and said to Zhu Nianyao, "Cousin, congratulations on becoming the disciple of Jingxian." "Thank you, Sister Nianqin." Zhu Nianyao smiled at Zhu Nianqin. At this moment, a figure flashed, and the true immortal of the Zhu family appeared in the side hall. When his eyes fell on Gao Yan, he immediately saluted respectfully. "Grandpa, I have good news for you. I have become the apprentice of Jingxian." Zhu Nianyao said happily. "Ah." Zhu Gaojing was stunned for a moment, but he immediately responded, "You girl. You must serve your master well from now on, and you must not make any mistakes." "I understand, Grandpa, I will obey master." Zhu Nianyao said quickly. "Dare you ask me your name?" Suddenly, Zhu Gaojing thought of something and asked Gao Yan. "My name is Gao Yan." Gao Yan responded. Later, Zhu Gaojing cautiously proposed to see if he could hold an apprenticeship banquet. Gao Yan naturally knew what Zhu Gaojing was thinking. It is nothing more than announcing to others that Nianyao has become a disciple of a golden immortal. Even if this kind of golden fairy will not support the Zhu family, if someone wants to bully the Zhu family, they should be a bit taboo. To this, Gao Yan did not refuse and directly agreed. After some discussion, the apprenticeship banquet was scheduled for half a month later. The main reason is that the Zhu family also wants to invite the true immortal families and Xianxian families in the state to participate. As for the Jingxian family, the Zhu family cannot get in touch with them. The Zhu family will take care of the apprenticeship banquet. Zhu Nianyao volunteered to take Gao Yan to visit the Zhu family's mansion. After wandering around for a while, the two sat down in a pavilion in the mansion, and a maid brought tea and snacks. "Master, please have tea." Gao Yan took the tea and took a sip, then looked at Zhu Nianyao, who was about to speak. "If you have any questions, just ask." As expected, Master has a keen eye, and Master saw through this disciple's thoughts at a glance. Zhu Nianyao said with a smile, "By the way, Master, which force are you from?" Gao Yan was not surprised by Zhu Nianyao's question and replied, "I'm from the Temple of Buddha." "Buddha Hall?" Zhu Nianyao's eyes flashed with confusion. This place is far away from the Temple of the Buddha, and Zhu Nianyao is only an earth immortal, and she is only over 2,000 years old, so it is normal that she has never heard of the Temple of the Buddha. Pagoda Palace is one of the Tai forces under Lindian Palace. Seeing that Zhu Nianyao was still confused, Gao Yan continued to explain. "Lindian Palace is a Daluo force, and the Dragon City you are in belongs to Sanjiang Palace, and Sanjiang Palace is affiliated to Tianqi Palace, a Daluo force. You know already?" I understand. Zhu Nianyao nodded. "You are also from the true immortal family after all. How come you don't even know such basic information?" Gao Yan said again. Zhu Nianyao smiled coquettishly, "Master, I'm still young and haven't had time to understand these things." Thinking about it, although Zhu Nianyao has good talents and qualifications, she will definitely need to spend a lot of time to practice. Otherwise, she will not be able to reach the Earth immortal level at more than 2,000 years old. After all, there are many people who have lived for millions of years and are still at the immortal level. "Master, what position do you hold in the Buddha temple?" Zhu Nianyao asked. Again. Gao Yan shook his head. "I don't hold any position, but I have a domain in my name." "The territory of a domain?" Zhu Nianyao's eyes widened, and then she exclaimed, Master, you are too rich. Gao Yan just smiled. Controlling a domain was naturally extremely wealthy too. Zhu Nianyao, but to Wang Xian, it was nothing. By the way, Master, do I have a senior brother or sister? Zhu Nianyao asked again. Not really. Wow, doesn't that mean that I am Master's first disciple? Zhu Nianyao said happily. Suddenly, she changed the topic. Master, do you have any heirs? No. Gao Yan shook his head. Your master wife and I just became Taoist couples, not long ago. It is definitely not an ordinary person who is worthy of the master. The master's wife must be very powerful, right? Zhu Nianyao asked curiously. Gao Yan nodded. Your master wife is indeed very powerful. She is Tai immortal. Tai immortal? Zhu Nianyao looked extremely shocked. Master, are you sure that your wife is Tai immortal? You'll know if you see me later. Gao Yan said lightly. At this moment, Zhu Nianyao secretly thought in her heart, Master actually married Tai immortal with Jean immortal, could he be taking advantage of his master's wife? Under the deliberate publicity of the Zhu family, the news that Zhu Nianyao was accepted as a disciple by the powerful golden immortal spread throughout the Dragon City. The Zhu family was originally the local emperor of Dragon City, but now he was fawning over the Jingxian, which must be even more extraordinary. For a while, all the forces in the city were thinking about how to please the Zhu family. A night of silence. Time comes the next day. Dragon City, Zhu family mansion. In a luxurious yet elegant courtyard. Gao Yan lay on a chair and basked in the sun. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. The system upgrade is completed. Obtain 10 God-level draws and 200,000 evolution points. This God-level lottery is worth 20,000 trillion in revenue. I wonder what kind of good stuff I can get. System, use the God-level lottery to draw 10 draws in a row. Ding, the 10 consecutive draws of the divine level are now open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 3-9 Revolution Elixir. The prizes have been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a King Immortal level puppet. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the King Immortal level. Immortal Art, Star Zhou Tian Sword Art, the prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. The 4th and 5th lottery draws both yielded 3-9 Revolution Elixir. The 6th lottery draw yielded a high-grade King Immortal weapon. The one drawn last time was a low-grade one. This time, it directly passed the middle grade and reached the top grade. The 7th lottery draw revealed the King Immortal puppet, and the 8th lottery draw revealed a King Immortal magical power, called Star Treasure Body. The 9th prize is an immortal art called 9 Nether Thunder Technique, and the 10th prize is a special immortal weapon called 10,000 Beasts. Spectrum. By the way, it is worth mentioning that after the system reaches level 150, the revenue required for another upgrade increases to 50,000 trillion. Therefore, Gao Yan once again issued the order to upgrade to 10 levels in a row. With a thought, Gao Yan entered my world. Just now, he drew out 9 turn elixir 10 times in a row. With the dual use of the cultivation badge and the cultivation acceleration badge, the 9 turn elixirs were quickly refined by Gao Yan, and his cultivation level also reached the middle stage of the 7th level of Wang Xian from the 4th level of Wang Xian. After entering the 7th level, it would be more expensive to advance. Gao Yan estimated that it would take at least 5 9-turn elixirs to advance him to the 8th level of King Immortal. But fortunately, he can continue to draw tomorrow. Maybe if he draws 2 bottles of 9 Revolutions Immortal pills, he can directly reach the peak of the 9th level of King Immortal. After improving his cultivation, Gao Yan put his mind on the 2 newly opened King Immortal puppets, both of which are the 7th level of King Immortal. Gao Yan is quite satisfied with this. Although he is also the 7th level of King Immortal now, it is not worse than the average 9th level of King Immortal. After all, he is practicing the 5 Emperors' immortal scripture. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan merged the magical power of the Star Treasure body. Then, he learned the 2 King Immortal level immortal arts, Zhou Tian Star Sword Art and Falling Thunder Sword Art. After learning successfully, they both reached the 1st level, so Gao Yan consumed 76,000 evolution points and upgraded these 2 immortal arts to the 5th level. Then, Gao Yan refined the top-grade King Immortal weapon. He still didn't plan to name it, maybe he would draw a top-grade King Immortal weapon next time. Finally, Gao Yan took out the special immortal artifact, the Book of 10,000 Beasts. After refining it, Gao Yan also understood its effect. The power of the Book of 10,000 Beasts is now equivalent to that of the best immortal treasure, and it has the function of trapping people and sealing the void. However, after collecting wild beasts, the level and power of the Book of 10,000 Beasts will increase accordingly. The more and stronger wild beasts are collected, the more powerful the Book of 10,000 Beasts will become. Thinking of this, Gao Yan couldn't sit still. He immediately left my world, and then flashed into a huge forest. The huge divine consciousness radiated, and all the wild beasts of the celestial fairy level within a radius of 10,000 miles were locked by him. It's a pity that the wild beasts of the celestial fairy level are already the strongest. So, it took some time for Gao Yan to collect more than 200 wild beasts of the celestial fairy level into the Book of 10,000 Beasts. Sure enough, with the entry of more than 200 wild beasts of the celestial fairy level, the Book of 10,000 Beasts became much stronger, and there was an additional function that could directly control these collected wild beasts to fight. Moreover, the Book of 10,000 Beasts can also have a blessing effect on these wild beasts, which can double their strength. Afterwards, Gao Yan went to several forests to capture celestial beasts. But the harvest was not great, only more than 1,300 celestial beasts. In the fairy world, it is difficult for ordinary areas to have celestial beasts. Only in some forbidden areas can celestial beasts appear. While Gao Yan was collecting celestial beasts, the news that Zhu Nianyao worshipped the Golden Immortal as a teacher reached the ears of the Golden Immortal family of the Western Heaven. The Fan family is the strongest Golden Immortal family in the Western Heaven. The ancestor of the Fan family, Fan Dong Lai, has reached the 6th level of the Golden Immortal. In addition, the current head of the Fan family and the 2 supreme elders are also at the Golden Immortal level. Therefore, in the Western Heaven, you may not know the Sanjiang Palace, but you must know the Fan family. Someone, go call the 3rd housekeeper. After a while, the 3rd housekeeper came to the head of the Fan family, Fan Yunshan, and bowed and said, "Master, what do you want?" Zhu Nianyao of the Zhu family in Julong City worshipped a Golden Immortal as his master. Send someone to check what the origin of the Golden Immortal is? Fan Yunshan said coldly. A Golden Immortal came to the Western Heaven region to recruit disciples, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, in his opinion, the entire Western Heaven region should respect their fan family. You want to recruit disciples, even if you don't need the consent of our fan family, you should at least inform us. Recruiting disciples without even saying hello clearly shows that you don't take our fan family seriously. After working for most of the day, Gao Yan captured more than 3,000 wild beasts in total. After all of them were included in the 10,000 Beasts book, the level of the 10,000 Beasts book was promoted to the level of the lower grade Daluo Immortal Weapon. With the blessing of the 10,000 Beasts book, the strength of these wild beasts can reach twice the mind moved. Gao Yan released all the Daluoxian puppets and a puppet of the 5th level of Wang Xian, and asked them to capture some wild beasts above the true immortal level. He was confused before. He had puppets, but didn't use them, but he actually went to catch wild beasts himself. Back to the Zhu family. Not long after having breakfast with the maid of the Zhu family, the system upgrade was completed again. This time, 10 God-level draws were still awarded, but this time the God-level draw was worth 50,000 trillion. At the same time, 300,000 evolution points were also awarded. In addition, the income value required for the next upgrade was increased to 100,000 trillion. The current remaining income value is 4.27 million trillion. There are still several rounds of 10 consecutive upgrades. System, open the God level draw 10 consecutive draws. Ding, the God level draw 10 consecutive draws are open. In a series of broadcasts, the prizes were also opened one after another. Among them, 3 9 Revolution Immortal pills were opened, 1 bottle each time, a total of 30 pills. In addition, 2 King Immortal puppets were opened, and both had the 9th level of King Immortal cultivation. In addition, 2 top-grade King Immortal artifacts were opened. The last 3 prizes were 2 King Immortal level Immortal arts and 1 King Immortal level magical power. For a moment, Gao Yan was a little excited. He didn't expect that he would reach the peak of the fairy world so quickly. Because 3 bottles of 9 Revolutions Immortal pills were more than enough for him to reach the peak of the 9th level of King Immortal, plus 2 King Immortal 9th level puppets, 2 King Immortal 7th level puppets, and 1 King Immortal 5th level puppet. The number of King Immortals alone can be compared with the 7-star palace of the 18 top forces in the fairy world. But the quality of King Immortals has surpassed the 7-star palace. Concentrate your mind. Gao Yan flashed into my world. As he expected, it took 5 9 Revolutions Immortal pills for him to step into the 8th level of King Immortal. Then, he consumed 10 more 9 Revolutions Immortal pills before he barely reached the 9th level of the King Immortal. Finally, at the cost of consuming another 8 9 Revolutions Immortal pills, his cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the King Immortal. There were still 7 9 Revolutions Immortal pills left. TSK, I have been in the immortal realm for less than 100 years, and I have become one of the strongest in the immortal realm. How come I am so excellent? Gao Yan couldn't help but boast. After a while of self-intoxication, Gao Yan took out 2 top-grade King Immortal weapons and refined them. These 2 top-grade King Immortal weapons are armor and long sword. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided to give them a name. After all, they are top-grade King Immortal weapons, so they must be respected. The armor is called Yan Kai, and the long sword is called Yan Jian. Then, Gao Yan merged another King-level magical power, which is called Body Transformation. After performing the magical power, 9 clones with the same level of cultivation as his own realm can be condensed. However, the duration is 1 hour. 2 king-level fairy-level spells, the Heavenly Emperor Sword and the Heavenly Emperor Fist. After learning them, the Heavenly Emperor Sword and the Heavenly Emperor Fist directly reached the first level of perfection. However, when adding points to these 2 fairy arts, it actually consumed 120,000 evolutionary points to reach the 5th level of perfection. You should know that the addition of points to the king-level fairy arts drawn before only consumed 38,000 evolutionary points. The more evolutionary points consumed, the stronger these 2 fairy arts are. After digesting this lottery, Gao Yan ordered the system to continue to upgrade 10 times. Ding, trigger the ultimate lottery. May I ask if the host will open the ultimate lottery? So fast? Gao Yan frowned. Once the ultimate lottery is turned on, the system return and lottery functions will be turned off. Of course, he can also choose not to conduct the ultimate lottery. But if he gives up this time, it is very likely that he will not trigger it again in the future. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan decided to use the ultimate lottery. So he said, "System, use the ultimate lottery." Ding, do you want to consume 3 million trillion income value and open 3 ultimate lotteries? Yes. Ding, the 3 ultimate draws are open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the origin of the immortal realm. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting an ancestral tree. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,600 Avenue inscriptions. The prizes have been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, after the final lottery is completed, the system will close the revenue function, system return function and lottery function. With several functions turned off, Gao Yan was not surprised. After all, he had expected it. Then, his eyes fell on the 3 ultimate prizes. The first is the origin of the immortal world. This origin of the immortal world can be used to improve both the realm and the immortal body. Once used to improve the cultivation level, it may be able to break the realm of the King of Immortals. Let's talk about the second ultimate prize, the ancestral tree. This tree was born together with the fairy world. As long as it takes root in a certain space, it can absorb energy from time and space and transform it into fairy spirit. It can also condense this fairy spirit into fairy ore. To put it simply, this ancestral tree can create a fairy world. I just don't know how many ancestral trees have been born in this fairy world. I'll go, this effect is so incredible. Gao Yan was so frightened that he quickly refined the ancestral tree. It took 2 hours for the ancestral tree to be completely refined by Gao Yan. Then, he thought about where to put the ancestral tree. If you put it in my world, maybe my world can evolve into a fairy world in the future. But my world is not completely occupied by Gao Yan. Think of this. Gao Yan communicated with the system. System, how many fairy stones are needed to fully open my world? System, host, you can activate it for free. Gao Yan was delighted. Okay, hurry up and open up all my worlds. Soon, he sensed changes within my world. All the fog has disappeared, and the appearance of the entire world is revealed to Gao Yan's sight. My world was originally a fantasy world. It can't be compared with the sky continent, let alone the fairyland. With a thought, Gao Yan planted the ancestral tree on a plain in my world. The ancestral tree, which was only 3 feet high, suddenly expanded rapidly. And it grew more than 1,000 meters in just a few breaths, and its growth rate continued. Half a minute later, the ancestral tree stopped growing, but it grew into a giant tree that connected the sky and the earth. At this moment, the roots of the ancestral tree began to spread rapidly underground. Soon, the huge roots of the ancestral tree pierced through the ground and spread outside the world. Then Gao Yan sensed that the ancestral tree was absorbing energy from outside the world. 2 hours later, the ancestral tree that absorbed enough energy began to spit out fairy mist towards this world. These fairy mists were quickly diluted by the spiritual energy in the world. And the warriors near the location of the ancestral tree absorbed the spiritual energy mixed with the fairy mist, and recovered from their injuries. And improved their cultivation without injuries. At this moment, Gao Yan discovered that the roots of the ancestral tree were spreading horizontally, as if they were going to spread all over the world. Gao Yan didn't care about this. Instead, he focused on the 3,600 avenue inscriptions. According to the information fed back by the system, this avenue inscription is the innate inscription that was self-formed at the beginning of the birth of the world. As long as you can comprehend the inscription, you can get huge benefits. Comprehend the wool. Gao Yan was speechless, thinking that this avenue inscription was the most worthless. Anyway, his cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the king fairy, so he simply let the practice badge comprehend. And he flashed out of my world. Then he walked out of the room and came to the yard to lie down and bask in the sun. At the same time, he also paid attention to the group of fairy origins in the system space. Gao Yan hadn't decided yet whether to use the origin of the immortal world to improve his cultivation or to strengthen his immortal body. He was inclined to the former. However, as soon as he had this idea, he felt uneasy. I want to use the origin of the immortal world to improve my cultivation. Gao Yan shouted in his heart, and then he activated his foresight. Immediately afterwards, he saw the pictures of the next 3 days. No, to be precise, he only saw the pictures of the next day and 22 hours. As for why he didn't see the rest of the pictures, of course he died. How did he die? He was struck to death by the heavenly thunder. To this day, he still has lingering fears when he flashes through the sea of thunder covering the entire western heaven realm in his mind. Yes, in the future he used the origin of the immortal world to break through the king's immortal realm and broke through to a higher realm. But at the moment he completed the breakthrough, a sea of thunder fell from the sky. In an instant, it engulfed the entire western heaven realm and turned everything in the western heaven realm into powder, and he did not escape the disaster and was turned into slag by the sea of thunder. However, if it were in reality, he probably wouldn't die. After all, he still held on for a few seconds in the sea of thunder, and a few seconds were enough for him to travel to other worlds. At the same time, he was a little confused. Why doesn't the heavenly way of the fairy world allow the existence of those who surpass the king immortal? What he saw in the foresight was definitely not a heavenly tribulation, but was aimed at killing him, and he didn't hesitate to bury the lives of the entire western heaven region with him. For a while, Gao Yan couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it anymore. Anyway, he didn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. With his current strength, he can walk sideways in the fairy world, and the future scene seen from the foresight magic power also shows that there is no existence in the fairy world that surpasses the king immortal. There is no existence that surpasses the king immortal. He who has practiced The Five Emperors Immortal Scripture is likely to be the number one master in the fairy world. In this case, it's time to notify the wives to come to the fairy world to enjoy happiness. Yes, Gao Yan has a way to notify the wives in the lower world. After all, there was a human immortal who sneaked into the lower world. If a human immortal can do it, there is no reason why he, a king immortal, can't do it, right? Fan family. The third housekeeper came to report to the head of the family, Fan Yunshin, with information. He bowed and saluted first, then said, "Head, because the time is too short, I have only found out that the golden immortal is called Gao Yan. According to the news released by the Zhu family, the other party is a powerful golden immortal of the 9th level. Golden immortal 9th level?" Fan Yunshin's voice suddenly rose. "Are you sure? Head, it shouldn't be false. After all, they will hold a master-apprentice banquet in a while." The third housekeeper analyzed. "In this case, let's send a gift to the Zhu family," Fan Yunshin said in a deep voice. He is not stupid. The strongest of the Fan family is only the 6th level of the Golden Immortal. If Gao Yan is really the 9th level of the Golden Immortal, he is not someone that the Fan family can provoke. But if not, they will deal with the Zhu family later. As for now, before confirming Gao Yan's true cultivation, it is better to be cautious. Time flies, and it's the day for the Zhu family to hold a banquet for apprenticeship. Knowing that Zhu Nianyao's master is a 9th level golden immortal, many people came to watch the ceremony, and even several golden immortal families in the Western Heaven region sent people to come. During the apprenticeship ceremony, Gao Yan gave his apprentice a low-grade immortal treasure. But many people present were envious, especially Zhu Nianqin, whose eyes were red. As for Zhu Nianyao, who received the gift, she was also very excited and grateful to Gao Yan in her heart. After all, the entire Zhu family did not have a single immortal treasure. At the same time, Gao Yan also slightly revealed his 9th level golden immortal aura. After confirming that Gao Yan is the 9th level of the golden immortal, all the forces in the Western Heaven territory are thinking about how to make friends with the Zhu family. After all, the strongest golden immortal in the Western Heaven region is the 6th level golden immortal. After Zhu Nianyao became Gao Yan's subordinate, even if the Zhu family couldn't go sideways, no one wanted to provoke them again. The next day, Gao Yan looked at Zhu Nianyao, who was reluctant to leave, and said, "If you are reluctant to leave, you can stay for a few more months. After a few months, I will send someone to pick you up." "No need, master." Zhu Nianyao shook her head. "In that case, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible energy enveloped Zhu Nianyao and disappeared. Zhu Nianyao only felt that she was taking a few breaths in the dim world, and then her eyes became brighter. "Master, are we here yet?" Zhu Nianyao looked around curiously. "Yes, here we are. This is Tianyao City in Dongyue region," Gao Yan said. "So fast?" After learning about her master's situation, Zhu Nianyao made a special investigation. Therefore, she learned that it would take several months to fly the ferry boat from the Western Heaven territory to the Eastern Yu territory. But now, in just a few breaths, the master brought him to Dongyue territory. Could it be that Jinxian's strength has reached this point? "Husband." At this moment, a voice sounded, and then Zhao Xianyue walked in with a smile. "Nianyao, this is your master-wife Zhao Xianyue." Gao Yan introduced, "Madam, this is my apprentice Zhu Nianyao." "I've met master, you are so beautiful." Zhu Nianyao didn't accept her fate at all and directly flattered Zhao Xianyue. Little girl is very good at talking. Come on, come with mistress, I will take you to settle down first, Zhao Xianyue said with a smile. After watching Zhao Xianyue leave with Zhu Nianyao, Gao Yan decided to upgrade the formation in the lower city lord's palace. He plans to upgrade the spirit gathering array in the city lord's mansion, to the life and creation spirit gathering array. This life-creating spirit gathering formation is a 7th level formation that requires special materials to set up. After seizing the immortal storage ring from the great Luo immortal, Gao Yan almost had no shortage of rare materials for setting up formations. After all, that guy was a brilliant formation master. After spending more than an hour, Gao Yan modified the super spirit gathering array in the city lord's mansion into the life and creation spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering formation will not increase the concentration of the fairy spirit energy in the city lord's palace, but it will increase the activity of the fairy spirit. The more active the spirit energy is, the easier it is to be refined. City lord's mansion, in a small courtyard. Qianhuan immortal emperor, who was practicing, suddenly opened her eyes, because she found that the fairy spirit in the air had changed significantly. Is this the creation spirit gathering formation? She was a little surprised, so she immediately took out a jade pendant and triggered the restriction above. Immediately afterwards, a figure flashed, and her female subordinate of the 9th level of Daluo Immortal appeared. See Master. Go and investigate and find out who arranged the creation spirit gathering array in the city lord's palace? Qianhuan Immortal Emperor ordered. Master, this formation was arranged by Gao Yan, the female Daluo subordinate said. She didn't take Gao Yan's adjustment of the formation seriously before. Anyway, that guy was notorious for not doing his job properly. But when the formation was restarted, she realized that she was wrong. Because Gao Yan actually changed the super spirit gathering array into the creation spirit gathering array. She was about to report to Qianhuan Immortal Emperor, but she didn't expect that the other party actually summoned her. Was it arranged by Gao Yan? Qianhuan Immortal Emperor unexpectedly said that the creation spirit gathering formation is a 7th level formation, and the person who can arrange this formation must be a 7th level formation master, but there are only 3 7th level formation masters in Qianhuan Palace. This shows how rare the 7th grade array mage is. And how long has it been since Gao Yan ascended to the immortal world? It's shocking enough to become a golden immortal, but he's also a 7th level formation mage. Could it be? Immortal Emperor Qianhuan thought of a possibility. This Gao Yan was not the real Gao Yan at all. He suspected that the real Gao Yan should have been replaced soon after he ascended to the immortal world. Maybe the current Gao Yan was just someone's disguise. Thinking of this, she immediately said to the female Daluo subordinate, "Go and test Gao Yan to see if he is faked by someone else." The female Daluo is not stupid at all. As soon as she heard this, she understood that her master suspected that the Gao Yan in front of her was not the real Gao Yan at all, but was faked by a strong man in the fairy world. Other side. After Gao Yan changed the formation, he clapped his hands with satisfaction. Then he walked towards the restaurant. "Sir, do you want to have a meal?" As soon as she arrived outside the restaurant, Concubine Bai greeted her. "What do you think?" "Master, my servant has prepared a banquet for you. Please come inside. It's eye-catching enough, I'll reward you." Gao Yan took out a high-grade immortal weapon and threw it to Concubine Bai. "Thank you, sir." While Gao Yan was eating and drinking, he suddenly discovered that Deluo's subordinate of Qian Huan, Immortal Emperor, was lurking near him. "What do you want to do?" Gao Yan was speechless. Even if he wanted to monitor me, why should he be so close? But in the next moment, something happened that made Gao Yan even more speechless. The other party actually ejected a beam of immortal power and headed straight for Gao Yan. Depend on. With Gao Yan's perception, he could instantly judge that the power of this immortal power was greater than a full-strength strike of the ordinary great Luo immortal of the first level. Seeing that the fairy power was about to fall on Gao Yan, he suddenly stretched out his fingers and caught the fairy power. Then, the fairy power melted quickly like ice cubes roasted by fire. At this time, Gao Yan turned to look at the female Deluo and smiled at her. Suddenly, the female boss had a bad premonition and was about to retreat. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit her. Gao Yan looked at the female Deluo, who was controlled by him, with a sneer on his lips. Before, he could tolerate the other party wandering around his territory and spying on him. That was because he was not strong enough and had no choice. Now that he has strength, he cannot turn a blind eye. With his current strength, it would be too easy to capture a Deluo 9th level alive. Split a soul seed into the opponent's immortal soul and read the memory. Soon, the memory of the female Deluo was transmitted by the soul seed. The female Deluo, named Ziyue, is a die-hard subordinate of Qianhuan Immortal Emperor and is extremely loyal to Qianhuan Immortal Emperor. And Qianhuan Immortal Emperor also had great trust in her, otherwise, she would not have chosen Ziyue as the protector she rebuilt. Back to business. Ziyu, a great female, took action against Gao Yan because Emperor Qianhuan suspected that he was not the real Gao Yan, but someone else pretending to be Gao Yan, so she deliberately asked Ziyu to test him. I have to say that Qianhuan Immortal Emperor is really imaginative. However, if you think about it carefully, the other party's suspicion does have some truth. After all, the cultivation and formation attainments he showed were seriously inconsistent with his age. What to do next? A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan disappeared into the restaurant with the female eldest daughter, Luo, and reappeared in the courtyard where Qianhuan Immortal Emperor lived. "Sir, why are you here?" Qianhuan Immortal Emperor is indeed a veteran actress. Even when she saw Gao Yan holding Ziyu in her hand, she didn't show any flaws. "Okay, stop acting," Gao Yan said angrily. "Qianxue, since you came to my house, I have never been sorry or wronged you. You actually sent someone to assassinate me. Oh, it's really heartbreaking. I accepted someone like you." White-eyed wolf. Assassination? Immortal Emperor Qianhuan was a little surprised. "Sir, when did I send someone to assassinate you? Don't tell me, you don't know her?" Gao Yan threw Ziyu at the feet of Qianhuan Immortal Emperor. "Since you entered the city lord's palace, this woman has followed you and has gone here many times to have private meetings with you." "I'm right." "You actually know?" Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was a little surprised. "Who are you? You still care about who I am, why don't you care about your own situation?" Gao Yan said jokingly. Hearing this, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly calmed down. "Why, do you still want to attack me? You are so confident. It seems that your background is not simple. Tell me, where do you come from?" Gao Yan didn't mind having fun with Qianhuan Immortal Emperor. "Humph, you have no right to know my identity," Qianhuan Immortal Emperor said with arrogance. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Gao Yan suddenly smiled, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible energy imprisoned Qianhuan, immortal emperor. What do you want to do? Qianhuan, immortal emperor, glared at Gao Yan. The next moment, Gao Yan had a whip in his hand, and then he whipped Qianhuan, immortal emperor, hard. Ah! Qianhuan, immortal emperor, couldn't help but let out a scream, because the whip struck her immortal body, but it hurt her immortal soul. Then, Gao Yan whipped Qianhuan, immortal emperor, twice more. Even if the other party tried his best to hold back, he couldn't help but let out a groan of pain. Just when Qianhuan, immortal emperor, was about to break the seal and fight Gao Yan released her from the confinement and said calmly, "Take your people and get out." Qianhuan, immortal emperor, remained silent and quickly disappeared while holding Ziyu. After driving away Qianhuan, immortal emperor, Gao Yan felt much more at ease. As for whether the Qianhuan, immortal emperor, will retaliate against him, he doesn't care. After all, he has 2 puppets of the 9th level of King Immortal, and his own combat power is unparalleled. To deal with 1,000 Huan, immortal emperor, is just a joke. Other side. After leaving the city lord's palace, Qianhuan, immortal emperor, summoned other Daluo protectors and quickly left Tianyao city. A few hours later, the female eldest daughter, Luo Ziyue, quietly wakes up. "Master, what are we doing here?" Looking at the unfamiliar environment around her, Ziyue knew that they were no longer in Tianyao city. "Have you tried out Gao Yan's strength and identity?" Qianhuan, immortal emperor, asked. Ziyue smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Master, the other party is too strong. Just one glance at me made me fall into a coma. Therefore, I know nothing about his strength and identity." Upon hearing this, Qianhuan, immortal emperor, looked thoughtful, because she could do it too. In fact, to put it bluntly, it was just a use of soul power. "Do you think he knows my identity?" Qianhuan, immortal emperor, asked again. "You should know," Ziyue said. "If he doesn't know your identity, he probably won't let us go." "Damn, that guy really knows my identity." Qianhuan, immortal emperor, cursed in her heart, and when she thought of the scene of being whipped by Gao Yan, a strong sense of shame and resentment surged in her heart. "Gao Yan, no matter who you are, this emperor will kill you sooner or later." Qianhuan, immortal emperor, shouted viciously in his heart. Gao Yan didn't know what Qianhuan, immortal emperor, thought, and even if he knew, he didn't care. After eating and drinking, Gao Yan was ready to go to Shuangshou building, to listen to music. However, Zhao Xianyue arrived with Zhu Nianyao. "Madam, I'm busy listening to music. I'll give this technique to you. You can pass it on to Nianyao." While talking, Gao Yan threw a Daluo Kung Fu to Zhao Xianyue. This Kung Fu was called Immortality and was obtained from the 7-color immortal pagoda. It's not that Gao Yan is reluctant to teach the 5 Emperors' Immortal Sutra to his disciples, but that without plugins, the 5 Emperors' Immortal Sutra is too slow to practice. Before Zhu Nianyao's law immortal body awakened, she was a 6th grade immortal body. If she were to practice the 5 Emperors' Immortal Sutra, even if she was provided with enough second-turn elixirs, it would be difficult for her to be promoted to a heavenly immortal within tens of thousands of years. But not everyone can ignore erysipelas like Gao Yan, and the stronger the elixir, the stronger the erysipelas. Seeing Gao Yan leaving quickly, Zhao Xianyue was a little bit dumbfounded. "Nianyao, this master of yours is just a loser. Follow me and practice hard from now on." Okay, master wife, I will listen to you from now on, Xu Nianyao said. Immediately. Today, jasper silk is very famous in Tianyao City. One is because of her own ability, and the other is that Gao Yan, the master of Dongyue territory, often comes to listen to her music, which indirectly increases her worth. Therefore, no one calls Bayusi by her name now, but calls her the Bai family. Even some time ago, when the leader of a certain immortal force in the city celebrated his birthday, he actually spent 10 million immortal stones to invite Bayusi to play a song, but Bayusi refused. The leader of the heavenly forces did not dare to blame Bayusi. Instead, he joked, only the city lord is qualified to listen to Bai's solo performance. The next day, Gao Yan came to a special place. The power of space here is relatively thin, and cracks can be seen everywhere. Through the cracks, you can go to the lower realm. However, the passage to the lower realm is relatively fragile. If it is too strong, it will cause the passage to collapse. Therefore, Gao Yan split a small ray of immortal soul power, and then extracted the fairy spirit energy in the void to shape a body with only the fifth level of human immortality, and then poured the small ray of immortal soul power into it. Go! With a wave of his hand, the weak clone fell into one of the cracks. The avatar of Gao Yan faction is here to report the news to the daughters-in-law, asking them to come to the fairy world to enjoy the blessings. Some people think that it has been a long time since Gao Yan ascended to the immortal world. In fact, this is not the case, it has been less than 100 years since he ascended to the immortal world. Through the mouth of the Taiyin Empress, Gao Yan already knew that his daughters-in-law had become human immortals and puppets of sword immortals. They were absolutely safe in the lower world. The reason why they did not ascend to the fairy world was because it was relatively easier to improve their cultivation in the lower realm. They all planned to become stronger before ascending, so that they would not become Gao Yan's drag. After waiting here for more than an hour, Gao Yan knew that the clone he created had successfully reached the lower world and contacted his wives. After a while, Gao Yan left here because his wives had already agreed to ascend to the fairy world together in 10 days. Return to the city lord's mansion. Gao Yan called Zhao Xianyue to the study. Madam, my fellow Taoists from the lower realm will ascend to the fairy realm in 10 days. Gao Yan said directly. Taoist companions, it sounds like the number is quite large? Zhao Xianyue joked. Not many, just about 10 or 20. Gao Yan replied. So much? Zhao Xianyue looked at Gao Yan in shock. Who told me I was too good? Gao Yan Tian said shamelessly. Shameless? Zhao Xianyue smiled and scolded, however, more than 20 Taoist companions are nothing, you can afford them anyway. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The puppet of the 5th level Wang Xian, who went to capture the desolate beast, came back. He brought back 22 Taya level wild beasts, more than 600 Jinxian level wild beasts, more than 3,000 Xuanxian level wild beasts, and more than 20,000 Xinxian level wild beasts. As for Tianxian level wild beasts, there were more than 100,000. Gao Yan was very satisfied with the performance of Wang Xian puppet and asked him to continue to capture wild beasts. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan took out the book of 10,000 beasts and included all these wild beasts in it. Suddenly, the level of the book of 10,000 beasts soared directly to the level of upper grade Daluo. With the blessing of the book of 10,000 beasts, the wild beasts in it can burst out 5 times the combat power. In the next few days, the Daluo puppets sent out also brought back many wild beasts one after another. Unfortunately, the Book of 10,000 Beasts could not be upgraded to the level of the best Daluo weapon until the 9th day. Wang Xian 5th level puppet came back again. This time he actually brought back 2 Daluo level wild beasts, 87 Taiyi level wild beasts, and many wild beasts below Taiyi level. After these wild beasts were included in the Book of 10,000 Beasts, the Book of 10,000 Beasts was directly upgraded to the level of the best Daluo immortal weapon. And all the wild beasts in the Book of 10,000 Beasts can burst out 10 times the combat power. So Gao Yan released 2 puppets of the 7th level of Wang Xian and asked them to capture wild beasts. It would be best to capture Daluo level ones. If they could capture Wang Xian level ones, it would be the best. Unfortunately, Gao Yan felt that the possibility was not great. In fact, let alone Wang Xian level, even Daluo level wild beasts are very rare. It was a great fortune for the puppet of the 5th level of Wang Xian to bring back 2 Daluo level wild beasts. Time came to the early morning of the next day. Gao Yan suddenly became a little excited, because today he was going to reunite with his wives, who had been separated for decades. Outside Tianyao City, in front of the Ascension Channel, Gao Yan stared at the Ascension Passage without blinking. Suddenly, a burst of space fluctuations came. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful woman flew out of the passage. Gongsun Yaoyao glanced around and spotted Gao Yan nearby, and there was a hint of joy in his brows. Yes, the first one to ascend was actually Gongsun Yaoyao, and her cultivation level was much higher than that of the original Taiyin Empress, and now she has reached the 5th level of human immortality. Husband, why don't you introduce this sister? At this time, Zhao Xianyue said. Don't worry, we'll introduce it together later when everyone is here. As he spoke, Gao Yan moved Gongsun Yaoyao to his side, stretched out his arms to hold her in his arms, and kissed her on the lips. Yaoyao, we haven't seen each other for so many years, have you ever wanted to be your husband? Just as Gongsun Yaoyao was about to speak, there was another movement in the Ascension Channel. The person who ascended this time was Xiao Yanran. Her cultivation level was not as good as Gongsun Yaoyao, and she had only reached the 4th level of human immortality. Husband. As soon as Xiao Yanran saw Gao Yan, she took the initiative to pounce on him. Gao Yan also put her in his arms and said happily, Madam, I haven't seen you for many years, you are getting more and more beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, husband. Xiao Yanran said with a smile. At this moment, the Ascension Channel fluctuated again, and Xia Homeng and Yin Yutong soared up together. Xia Homeng, who had just ascended, ignored Gao Yan and instead focused on Zhao Xianyue. When he saw Zhao Xianyue, he obviously showed disappointment. And then asked Gao Yan angrily, Smelly man, what are you doing? Don't tell me that after so many years of ascending to the immortal world, you only found one Taoist companion? Sister, what's going on with her? Is her brain broken? Gao Yan ignored Xia Homeng and asked Yin Yutong. Yin Yutong said with a smile, she and Sister Jianyu bet on how many Taoist companions you would find in the fairy world. Sister Jianyu could not guess 5, but senior sister Xiaoho guessed more than 5. Xiaoho Meng, what else do you have to say? At this moment, Shui Jianyue and Song Yufei flew to the fairy world together. And when they saw Zhao Xianyue, she knew that her bet with Xia Homeng had won. A flash of panic flashed in Xia Homeng's eyes, and he looked at Gao Yan and asked, "You really only found one Taoist companion in the immortal world, right?" "Yes, just one." "Xiaohomeng, call sister quickly." At this time, Zhujiangyue said extremely proudly. Hearing this, Xiaohomeng's expression changed several times, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm willing to admit defeat, Sister Zhua, I'm wrong." Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that Xia Homei would fall into the hands of classmate Xiao Zhua. Before Gao Yan had time to greet classmates Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei, the Yi sisters flew up again, followed closely by sisters Chen Yuwei and Chen Yuling, then Jing Xiaoyu and Chen Yusin, and then Yan Qingqing, Zhuge Qianqian, Qian Baoer. In just a quarter of an hour, all Gao Yan's Taoist companions in the lower world, including Chen Yuling and Li Mingya, two sisters-in-law, also ascended to the fairy world. Seeing this, Gao Yan waved his hand. Everyone moved back to the backyard of the city lord's mansion together. "Let me introduce to you, this is Zhao Xianyue, the wife I married in the immortal world, Xianyue, they are all the wives I married in the lower world. Namely, Zhujiangyue, Xiao Yanran, Gongsun Yao Yao." Soon, Gao Yan introduced everyone. Zhao Xianyue naturally did not put on any airs and greeted them very friendly. The Taoist couples who came from the lower realm were all human immortal levels. The one with the lowest level of cultivation was the second level of human immortal, and the one with the highest level was Gongsun Yao Yao. After everyone gets to know each other, we moved to the restaurant together. Concubine Bai had prepared a banquet in advance, and Gao Yan had warned her in advance that she would only use human immortal level desolate beasts for cooking. It's not that he was reluctant to part with the materials, but that his wives and sisters-in-law flew up from the lower world and gave them earth level and heavenly level desolate beast meat, but they couldn't digest it. After eating the first meal in the fairy world, Gao Yan sent all the Taoists and sisters-in-law except Zhao Xianyue into my world. First of all, Gao Yan prepared Dalua-level cultivation techniques for them and personally preached to them to help them understand. After enlightenment, he immediately revised it. After the revision is completed, take the first turn elixir to achieve a breakthrough. Under Gao Yan's thoughtful care and staying in my world for a year, Xiao Zhua and others all broke through to the earth immortal level. I wanted them to continue taking medicine to improve. But Gao Yan discovered that there was a lot of erysipelas accumulated in their bodies. The main reason is that they practiced a Luo Kung Fu. The more elixirs they consume, the more elixirs they naturally accumulate. If they only practice ordinary skills, they can reach the 9th level of earth immortal by taking elixirs in one go without any problem. A year has passed in my world. Just over a month has passed since the outside world. With a thought, Gao Yan moved everyone out. "Let's have a tea party first, and I'll introduce you to the fairy world. After the introduction, I'll take you to visit the surrounding area." No one had any objection to Gao Yan's arrangement. I came to the garden and sat down, and ordered someone to bring tea and snacks. Then Gao Yan began to introduce the situation in the fairy world endlessly. In fact, he could inject this information into the jade slips and let them understand it themselves. But this would seem to lack some human touch, so Gao Yan would introduce them in person. Besides, he hadn't seen his wife for decades, so he wanted to talk to them. During Gao Yan's introduction, people interrupted from time to time, but Gao Yan was not angry at all. Therefore, the tea party lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. Then, Gao Yan used a fairy treasure to transform into a fairy boat, carrying a group of Taoist companions and two sisters-in-law and flew out of Tianyao City. Master's wife, Master is too fickle, I didn't expect that she actually has so many Taoist companions in the lower world. Gu Nianyao heard that Master had more than 20 Taoist companions from the lower world as soon as she came out of retreat. By the way, why doesn't Master's wife go with us? Zhao Xianyue smiled, your master and I have been together day and night for these years, while your other master's wives have been separated from your master for a long time, so I won't go to join in the fun when your master takes them out to play. Master's wife, you are too generous. Gu Nianyao said, but you can't spoil Master too much, lest he gets too much. You little traitor, if your master knew you said that, he would definitely not forgive you. Zhao Xianyue tapped Gu Nianyao's forehead. I'm not afraid because Master's wife is protecting me. Gu Nianyao hugged Zhao Xianyue's arm and said, I can't protect you. Zhao Xianyue smiled and shook her head. Master's wife, you won't just watch him die, right? Gu Nianyao panicked. If your master insists on punishing you, I can't protect you, so don't say bad things about your master behind his back in the future. Zhao Xianyue said jokingly. No way, master, you are Tai, and master is a golden immortal. You were fooled by your master. Zhao Xianyue's teasing smile became even stronger, your master always likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Gu Nianyao blinked and asked, curiously, what is master's cultivation? Guess. Zhao Xianyue smiled at Gu Nianyao, and then gently uttered 2 words. On the other side, Gao Yan controlled the immortal boat to fly at an unhurried speed. The girls, who were full of curiosity about the fairy world, couldn't help but cast their eyes outside the fairy boat and admire the scenery along the way. The fairy world is very beautiful, especially the endless variety of wonders. Therefore, the girls were quickly immersed in the beautiful scene of the fairy world. Gao Yan took out the tables and chairs and placed them on the deck. Then he took out the tea set and started boiling water for tea. Soon, a sweet scent of tea spread. Wow, Brother Yan, the tea in this fairy world is so fragrant. Classmate Xiao Shui came over and sat down next to him. Come on, try it. Gao Yan poured a glass and handed it to Zhuo Jianyue. Thank you, Brother Yan. After Zhuo Jianyue took the tea and drank a cup, she suddenly felt warm all over, and the pores on her body opened automatically, expelling some black air. Erysipelas in my body? Zhuo Jianyue exclaimed that the black gas discharged from her pores just now was the accumulated erysipelas in her body. With just a sip of tea, almost 1% of the erysipelas in her body was eliminated. Good. Gao Yan smiled at Zhuo Jianyue. This tea can have the effect of getting rid of erysipelas. Drink a few cups a day for up to 3 days, and the erysipelas in your body will be completely eliminated. By then, with the help of the elixir, you can easily enter the world heavenly level. Gao Yan is now a powerful person at the peak of the 9th level of Wangxian. He is also a 9th level alchemist, formation master, weapon refiner, and talisman maker. It is not difficult to solve the problem of erysipelas. Brother Yan, you are so good to us. Xiaozhua, regardless of being reserved, threw himself directly into Gao Yan's arms. Gao Yan was not polite and kissed classmate Xiaozhua the moment he hugged him. I'm not ashamed to do it in front of so many people. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Who can say such words? You don't need to guess to know that it is Xiahou Meng. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Gao Yan could be shameless, but Xiao Shu wanted to be ashamed, so after kissing for a while, she took the initiative to push Gao Yan away, and pretended to cover up and shouted, "Everyone, come and drink tea. This tea can eliminate erysipelas from your body." Upon hearing this, all the girls became energetic and came to drink tea one after another, while Gao Yan cheerfully helped them make and pour tea. The next few days, everyone was drinking tea on the ferry boat and enjoying the scenery. The erysipelas in their bodies was also eliminated, so Gao Yan brought them into my world again. First he preached to them. Then let them take pills to practice. When 2 years have passed in my world, all the girls have broken through to the first level of immortality. So Gao Yan took them out of my world again and helped them eliminate erysipelas from their bodies while playing. On this day, Gao Yan was taking a group of Taoist monks to play in a city. Suddenly, the pagoda vibrated. When he took it out, he saw that it was the chief master Shi who had sent the message, "Disciple, something bad has happened, the seal of the phantom demon abyss has been broken." Hearing the news, Gao Yan was slightly startled. Isn't the great elder of Lindian Palace stationed in the Huanma abyss? How could it be broken? Xingyi, I heard that Hu Jiao was seriously injured in a sneak attack, and then that person forcibly broke the seal of the passage, causing a large number of demons to escape. Because Hu Jiao was seriously injured and there were Daluo-level existences among the demons, they can only flee in a hurry. Gao Yan, let me go. Who is so wicked that he would take the initiative to release the devil? Xingyi, who knows, be careful, there are a lot of demons running out this time. Gao Yan, okay, I understand, I will pay attention. After ending the call, Gao Yan gathered his wife and sister-in-law and returned directly to Tianyao City. Husband, do you know about the escape of the demon from the phantom demon abyss? Yeah, got it. Gao Yan nodded. Then we have to be careful to prevent the massacre of the city from happening again. Zhao Xianyue said solemnly. Don't worry, this kind of thing can't happen. Gao Yan was very confident and authentic. Because he plans to release all the puppets to patrol the Dongyue territory. As long as the demons dare to come, they will be guaranteed to come and go. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan did not wait for the demons, but he did wait for Xinye's message. Disciple, something is seriously wrong. Several more passages were broken, causing a large number of demons to enter the surface of the fairy world. I suspect that this incident was premeditated and organized. Hey, it is estimated that the fairyland in the future will be uneasy. After hearing what Xinyi said, Gao Yan also felt the same way. But who or what organization wants to release the demon? After all, demons and immortals are naturally opposed to each other. What good would it do them to release the demons? Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xinyi sent messages to Gao Yan many times. Each time he sent a message, it meant that more channels were broken, causing more and more demons to enter the surface of the fairy world. But the strange thing is that these demons who escaped did not go around killing the city like last time. The devil who came out this time did not cause trouble, but hid. But this is not a good thing. Obviously, these demons are accumulating strength. After they accumulate enough and strong strength, they will probably have a big fight. Therefore, the top forces in the fairy world attach great importance to this matter and have sent a large number of strong men to search for the whereabouts of the demon. I don't know what methods the devil used. A large number of strong men took action, but none of them found them. And the seal of the passage continues to be broken. Thousand Fantasy Palace. Qian Huan, immortal king, listened to his sister Qian Miao's report, but his beautiful eyebrows furrowed deeply. After a while, she suddenly exclaimed, I suspect there is a mole among the top forces. Upon hearing this, immortal King Qian Miao was startled. Sister, don't talk nonsense. I didn't say anything nonsense. Qian Huan, immortal king, said seriously, if you think about it carefully, our 18 factions have sent strong men to search for the whereabouts of the demon, but we found nothing. Do you think it's normal? These demons are not a small number. They can't be easily hidden unless someone helps them hide. After hearing what his sister said, immortal Emperor Qian Miao also felt that it made sense, so he asked, Sister, who do you suspect is the mole? Have no idea. Qian Huan shook his head. Unless we can find where the devil is hiding, it's hard to confirm who is the mole. Immortal Emperor Qian Miao said, this is difficult. We are all searching for the whereabouts of the demon in our respective territories. Even if the demon is hiding in a certain force's territory, we have no right to search. Is there still a passage within our territory? Suddenly, Qian Huan, immortal emperor, asked. Yes, there are 3 more. Immortal Emperor Qian Miao replied, and suddenly, she thought of something. Sister, what do you mean, arrange for people to guard these 3 passages? And then wait for them to destroy the seal and release the demon, and then secretly follow them? Good. Qian Huan, immortal emperor, nodded. Send a few Daluo immortals who are good at tracking and hiding to hide in 3 places. If someone destroys the seal of the passage, there is no need to stop it. You only need to investigate the final whereabouts of the demon. Okay, sister, I'll make arrangements right away. Immortal Emperor Qian Miao said immediately. Although Gao Yan paid more attention to the fact that a large number of demons came from the underground to the fairy world, he was not afraid. After all, he is a strong man at the peak of Wang Immortal. In addition, he also has 2 puppets of the 9th level Wang Immortal, 2 puppets of the 7th level Wang Immortal, and 1 puppet of the 5th level Wang Immortal. Even if a large number of demons invade the Dongyue territory, he is confident that he will wipe them all out. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. During this month, the last 3 passages within the Thousand Fantasy Palace were broken, causing a large number of demons to escape. Fortunately, after these demons escaped, they disappeared and did not massacre the city or the immortals. But no one thinks that the devil will change his temper. If we don't carry out massacres now, we must be carrying out the biggest conspiracy. Somewhere in the void barrier, 6 figures stand tall. 6 figures are facing off in a 3 versus 3 situation. Moreover, one of the 2 sides facing each other is an immortal, and the other is a demon. Suddenly, the leader of the immortal side said, Demon King Yuanlong. According to our agreement, you should take action to destroy the Qianhuan Palace. The leader of the demon side responded, Don't worry, Emperor Yun. Although we now have the strength to destroy the Qianhuan Palace, we will suffer huge losses. Therefore, you have to help us break the Yuankuan and Xuanjia. As long as these 2 seals are broken, we will immediately launch an attack on Qianhuan Palace. Demon King Yuanlong, don't push yourself too far. Emperor Yun shouted angrily, You already have 8 demon kings on your side. There are 2 9th level demon kings alone. It is more than enough to destroy the Qianhuan Palace. No. No. Demon King Yuanlong shook his head. The Qianhuan Immortal Emperor is not an Ordinary 9th level king of immortals. I have found out a secret. The Qianhuan immortal king has been rebuilt many times. The strength of the 9th level Wang Xian is far beyond the ordinary. Even if I and Demon King Yuanhu join forces, they are not absolutely sure to kill her. Therefore, only with the help of the ancient ape Demon King can we be absolutely sure to kill Qianhuan immortal emperor. After hearing this, Emperor Yun showed a sneer. Demon King Yuanlong, you don't have to use this as an excuse. In this way, you immediately launch an attack on Qianhuan Palace. When you deal with Qianhuan immortal emperor, we will help you. No, we must release the ancient ape Demon King. Demon King Yuanlong shook his head. You want to break the agreement? Emperor Yan's eyes turned cold. Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu. You have to understand one thing. Since we dare to let you out, we must definitely deal with you. If you don't act according to the agreement, then we will destroy you. The worst possible outcome is to cooperate with other demon kings again. Upon hearing Emperor Yun's threat, Demon King Yuanlong, Demon King Yuanhu, and another 8th level Demon King all changed their expressions. Where did His Excellency Emperor Yun go? How could we break the contract? In 3 days, we will attack Qianhuan Palace. At that time, please help His Excellency Emperor Yun. Don't play tricks, otherwise, you will die ugly. Emperor Yun continued to threaten, because he found that these demons were cheap, and if he talked to them well and refused to listen, but instead threatened them, they would become honest. Don't worry, Your Excellency Emperor Yun, we will never play any tricks. 3 days later. Outside the Qianhuan Palace, 8 demon kings suddenly appeared out of thin air. They all took action. With a roar, the formation covering the Qianhuan Palace collapsed and shattered. Then 8 demon kings rose into the air and punched the Qianhuan Palace. The powerful fist force bombarded the 1000 Fantasy Palace. Although these buildings were extremely strong, under the bombardment of the Demon King level powerhouse, they were reduced to ruins in just a few breaths. Ah, you deserve to die. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor soared into the sky, staring at the 8 demon kings around him with blood-red eyes. Sister, are you okay? Immortal Emperor Qian Miao appeared next to Immortal Emperor Qianhuan and asked with concern. These bastards actually ruined my practice. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor said bitterly, this is her 9th time to cultivate. Once she returns to the 9th level of King Immortal, her strength will at least double. But because of the attack of the 8-headed Demon King, she was forced to break the seal, and the 9th reconstruction was useless. If she has completed 9 reconstructions, she can reach the peak level of 2 Wang Xian 9th levels. So now, she is only 1.6 at the level of the 9th level of King Immortal, which is 0.4 less. You know, she only improved her strength by 0.6 after the previous 8 recultivations. Seeing that after completing the last reconstruction, she would gain 0.4 more strength. Now that it was destroyed, how could she not be angry? Demon King Yuanhu, you and I will deal with the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor, while the others will deal with the Qian Miao Immortal Emperor. Demon King Yuanlong gave the order and went to kill Qianhuan Immortal Emperor. Demon King Wanhou followed closely behind. In an instant, 3 powerful men of the 9th level of King Immortal were fighting together. But the strange thing is that Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu were unable to defeat Qianhuan Immortal Emperor together. Instead, they were defeated by her. However, Qianshao Immortal Emperor, who was besieged by 6 demon kings, was in crisis. After all, she is only at the 6th level of King Immortal. Soon, Immortal Emperor Qianmiao was injured. Seeing this, the 6 demon kings tacitly increased their output, making Qianzhao Immortal Emperor's situation even more dangerous. Immortal Emperor Qianhuan, who was dealing with Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu, could not help but frown slightly when he saw the scene, and immediately sent a message, "Sister, you go first." Although Qianmiao is in a disadvantageous position, it is still relatively easy to leave. Qianmiao also knew that staying by herself would only drag her sister down and distract her. So, he took the opportunity to use an escape technique and disappeared. Surround and kill her together. Seeing Qianmiao Immortal Emperor running away, neither Yuanlong Demon King nor Yuanhu Demon King took it to heart. As long as Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was eliminated, the remaining Qianmiao Immortal Emperor would not be a concern at all. Seeing Qianmiao escaping, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a fierce light suddenly appeared in her eyes. The moment of youthfulness. Suddenly, the world seemed to be frozen, followed by a large number of petals falling from the sky. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, the beautiful petals turned into endless murderous intent, cutting open the bodies and souls of the 6 demon kings except Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu. Just when she was about to deal with Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu, according to law, there was a click, and the frozen world was broken. Kill. The bodies of Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu suddenly surged dozens of times, exuding a strong ferocious power and blasting towards the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor. I saw Qianhuan Immortal Emperor calmly sealing the secrets. Immediately, thousands of sword energy appeared, and then formed tens of thousands of sword formations. Then, these sword formations quickly formed 2 large sword formations, showing the momentum of Tai Chi go towards Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu and strangle them. Bang 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 bang. The sword array and the 2 demon kings, Dragon and Tiger, kept colliding with each other, making earth-shattering sounds. The other 6 demon kings have also condensed their bodies and immortal souls at this moment, but they appear weaker. Seeing the 2 demon kings, Yuanlong and Yuanhu, being suppressed, they did not dare to join the battle group rashly. Go to hell. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor shouted softly, and the power of the 2 sword formations surged again, forcing the 2 demon kings, Dragon and Tiger, to retreat continuously. Your Excellency Emperor Yun, if you don't take action, we will retreat. Demon King Yuanlong suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a black sword shadow appeared on the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor's back. This sword came very suddenly, and there was no breath at all. It was not until the sword shadow was about to pierce the back of Qianhuan Shandi that a cold and terrifying breath suddenly burst out. Ding! The black sword shadow fell heavily on the back of Qianhuan Shandi, but a set of fairy armor that looked like ice crystals appeared on her body. This set of fairy armor had extremely high defense, and the black sword shadow failed to break the defense of the ice crystal armor. Cut. At the moment when Qianhuan Shandi was stabbed, she suddenly turned her body and slashed a sword light dozens of feet long towards a certain void. But what she didn't expect was that her sword slashed into the air. At this moment, the sword shadow appeared again and appeared above her head. At the same time, the 2 demon kings, Yuanlong and Yuanhu, took advantage of her relaxation of control over the sword formation and bombarded the sword formation. frantically. They actually beat the two yin-yang sword formations back a lot. Tisk. A flash of anger flashed across Qianhuan Shandi's eyes. The attacker was too insidious. She used a finger technique to point to the top of her head and easily shattered the black sword shadow. But at the moment when the sword shadow shattered, a rune as small as dust flew towards Qianhuan Shandi's body. Humph. Qianhuan Shandi snorted coldly, and a blue flame appeared on her body. The rune was destroyed by the blue flame as soon as it approached her body. Although he saw through the opponent's sinister means, Qianhuan Shandi became more and more vigilant. The next moment, a purple phoenix seal appeared in her hand. She threw the seal casually, and the seal turned into purple light and smashed towards Yuan Long's huge body. Although Yuan Long was dragged by the sword formation, he still freed one hand and punched the purple phoenix seal. Boom! A huge crashing sound was heard, forcing Yuan Long's huge body to retreat 2 steps, but at this moment, the sword formation in front of him suddenly expanded several times, directly engulfing his body. At this time, the purple phoenix seal followed and smashed towards Yuan Hu. Demon King. Yuan Hu Demon King would naturally not be fooled by the same trick. He flashed and retreated, but at the moment he retreated, the sword formation in front of him suddenly moved to the front of the sword formation that trapped Yuan Long, and merged with it. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yuan Hu Demon King knew that he had fallen into the calculation of Qianhuan Zi. Let's go together, break the sword formation, and rescue Yuan Long Demon King. Yuan Hu Demon King shouted loudly, and then led the other 6 Demon Kings to bombard the sword formation frantically. In response, Qianhuan Zi was not in a hurry at all, and had no intention of stopping them at all. Instead, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, because this sword formation was a magical power she mastered, called Sword Realm. The sword world can absorb attack power. Unless the opponent's attack exceeds the limit of the sword world, no matter how many people you attack, it will be useless. Instead, it will become the nutrition of the sword world and be used to deal with the people trapped inside. After bombarding for a long time, seeing that the Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor never stopped, the Yuan Hu Demon King felt a little uneasy. Stop! He shouted hurriedly, releasing the magic thoughts to explore the sword world. But found that the sword world had generated a terrifying suction force, which was about to suck away his magic thoughts. He was so scared that he quickly retracted it, but the attraction of the sword world was too strong, and he could only bear the pain and cut off that magic thought. At the same time, he also understood why the Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor did not stop them from attacking the sword world, because the sword world could absorb their attacks. The Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor, let Yuan Long go, we will retreat immediately, otherwise, we will fight you to the death. Yuan Hu stared at the Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor and threatened that they had overestimated the Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor, but they didn't expect that they would underestimate her in the end. Even if the 8 Demon Kings joined forces, they were not her opponents. As for that bastard Emperor Yun, the people he sent were useless, and they couldn't do anything to Emperor Qianhuan either. It's okay to let him go, but you have to tell me why you want to attack my Qianhuan Palace. Do you need a reason? Yuan Hu Demon King pretended to be calm and said, we demons are naturally opposed to you immortals. We think we have the strength to destroy Qianhuan Palace, so we came. Who helped you break the seal of the passage? Emperor Qianhuan asked again. I don't know. Yuan Hu, Demon King, shook his head. We don't know who is helping us either. If you dare to lie to me, let him die. Suddenly, Emperor Qianhuan's eyes turned cold, and he wanted to activate the Sword World to strangle Yuanlong Demon King completely, but at this moment, the Sword World suddenly exploded from the inside, and then an embarrassed figure flew out from it. Go! Yuanlong Demon King urged. The Yuan Hu Demon King suddenly came to his senses, grabbed the Yuanlong Demon King's arm and disappeared quickly. Seeing this, the other 6 Demon Kings naturally did not dare to stay and fled quickly. A bunch of chickens and dogs, vulnerable. Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, said contemptuously. At the same time, she shouted in a deep voice, "Come here." Soon, groups of Deluo flew from the surroundings. Quickly restore the Qianhuan Palace buildings. Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, left a word and disappeared. After moving an unknown distance in one breath, Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor's breath suddenly became high and low, and at the same time, blood flowed out of her mouth and nose. Although the Sword World is strong, it needs to be connected by the immortal soul. Yuanlong Demon King broke the Sword World by self-destructing a magic weapon. That was no less than the upper-grade King Immortal Weapon, and Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor's immortal soul, was also injured. It's just that she concealed it well and was not seen by others. After taking out a pill and stabilizing the injury on her immortal soul, she immediately sent a message to Qian Miao, asking her to go back to preside over the affairs of Qianhuan Palace, and she had to go out for a while. Where should I go? Suddenly, Qianhuan Emperor was worried. Although the King Immortal Ninef Layer who attacked her before did not show up, she had already vaguely guessed the other party's identity. After all, there are only so many King Immortal Ninef layers in the fairy world. No matter how to cover up, it will reveal some flaws. What's more, Qianhuan Emperor, is not an ordinary King Immortal Ninef layer. The perception is even stronger. It is because she guessed the other party's true identity that she is worried. Because the strength behind the other party is too strong, if they know the news that her immortal soul is injured, they will take the opportunity to hunt her down. Qianhuan Emperor, who has nowhere to go, suddenly flashed the memory of the small courtyard in the city lord's mansion of Tianyao City. Last time, because she had to rebuild, she couldn't touch the seal, so she could only let Gao Yan humiliate her. Now that she has lifted the seal, she might as well take the opportunity to teach that guy a lesson. Although her immortal soul was traumatized, her strength is at least better than that of an ordinary 9th-level King Immortal, or even a level stronger than that of an ordinary 9th-level King Immortal. That fake Gao Yan might be a King Immortal, but it is absolutely impossible for him to reach the 9th level of the King Immortal. Therefore, she is still quite confident in herself. Soon, Emperor Qianhuan entered the Dongyue domain. Suddenly, she felt that her heart was actually a little more excited. With a flick of her figure, she escaped into the void again. After a while, when she walked out of the void, she had arrived at the city lord's mansion of Tianyao City. With a sweep of her mind, she found Gao Yan lying in the yard basking in the sun, so she took a step forward and appeared near Gao Yan, and the terrifying aura of the peak of the 9th level of the King Immortal also burst out, and then pressed towards Gao Yan. She seemed to have seen Gao Yan trembling and knelt down in fear for mercy. But in the next moment, under the puzzled eyes of Qianhuan Shandi, Gao Yan sat up from the chair without being affected at all and looked at her suspiciously. Why did you come back again? What? Do you want to be whipped? Seeing Gao Yan, who was not affected by his own momentum at all, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was a little confused. Why is this guy not affected by my momentum at all? Subconsciously, she released her spiritual thoughts to forcibly detect Gao Yan's strength, but her spiritual thoughts were blocked by an invisible force within 3 feet of Gao Yan, making her unable to take another step forward. Now she suddenly realized that this fake arrogant person was also a 9th level king immortal, and he was much more terrifying than before. She was injured. Who are you anyway? Who do you think I am? Of course it's Gao Yan. Gao Yan said silently. Impossible. How can it be possible for a real Gao Yan to reach the 9th level of King Immortal after only a few years of ascending to the immortal realm? Qian Huan Immortal Emperor sneered. Tell me, who are you? Ill. Gao Yan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Whatever you think, I don't welcome you. Here, get out of here. Is the attack on my 1000 fantasy palace related to you? Suddenly, Qian Huan Immortal Emperor stared at Gao Yan and said, Your Qian Huan palace was attacked? Gao Yan said in surprise, Who did it? The devil did it. Qian Huan Immortal Emperor said quietly. Gao Yan, let me tell you, why has the demon been silent for so many days? It turned out that he wanted to accumulate strength to attack Qian Huan Palace. By the way, if you show up here, you won't be beaten by the demon and run away. Right? Speaking of this, Gao Yan's eyes became a little more playful. Upon hearing this, Qian Huan Immortal Emperor became angry. Humph, how could I escape in despair? All the demon kings have been driven back by me. I just want to come here to settle the debt of previous humiliation with you. Then your trip was in vain. Gao Yan smiled and shook his head. You are no match for me even if you are not injured, and even more so if you are injured. Upon hearing this, Qian Huan Immortal Emperor could not help but look fiercely at Gao Yan. Who are you? Of course I'm Gao Yan. Impossible. Okay, actually I am the reincarnation of a strong man. Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Qian Huan Immortal Emperor frowned. Did you surpass Wang Xian before you were reincarnated? Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the 9th level of Wang Xian in such a short period of time. Not bad. Gao Yan nodded. He was too lazy to quibble, so he might as well answer along the lines of Qian Huan Immortal Emperor. What kind of realm is it beyond the king's immortal realm? Qian Huan Immortal Emperor asked with extreme curiosity. You think I will tell you? Gao Yan said angrily. I can trade a secret with you. Qian Huan Immortal Emperor said. What's the secret first? After a slight hesitation, Qian Huan Immortal Emperor said, this time the seals of many passages connecting the underground were broken, causing a large number of demons to enter the fairy world. There was a mastermind behind the scenes, and most of the masterminds behind the scenes were one of the top forces. The guy who attacked her before was called Emperor Yun, but Emperor Yun was just a codename and it didn't count as a clue at all. Moreover, when the other party attacked, he tried his best to conceal his aura of immortal power. Obviously, he was shady. Once the aura of immortal power is exposed, the true identity may be exposed. Your secret is worthless. Gao Yan shook his head. Haven't you ever thought about why the people behind the scenes wanted to release the demon? Immortal Emperor Qianhuan looked at Gao Yan with some contempt. Have you thought about it? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor rolled his eyes at him. I guess you haven't figured it out either, so what's the difference between you and me? Gao Yan said jokingly. Upon hearing this, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was somewhat taken aback. Okay, I'm not interested in these things. You can go away quickly and don't disturb me while I'm sunbathing. Gao Yan waved his hand with a hint of disgust on his face. He doesn't care about conspiracies at all. If anyone dares to plot against him, he will break it with force. Hey, don't you want to know who is behind the scenes? Qianhuan Immortal Emperor asked. In no mood. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. Don't worry, the person behind the scenes is targeting you. Gao Yan looked at the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor speechlessly. Why are they targeting me? Even if they want to target me, they will first target you top forces. For example, this time the demon attacks your Qianhuan Divine Palace. For a moment, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was speechless. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt something in her heart. Can I stay with you to cultivate for a while? It's still the same yard as before. Gao Yan hesitated for a moment and then agreed. He could see that the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was injured. Thank you. With just one word, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor disappeared. And Gao Yan also lay back on the chair to bask in the sun. Lying on the chair, Gao Yan was analyzing the purpose of the person behind the scenes in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The people behind the scenes released the demons, most likely because they wanted to use the demons to weaken or destroy those top forces. But isn't the other party worried about the demon losing control? Or is it that the other party has a way to control the devil? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Gao Yan gave up the thoughts in his mind, as long as there were demons entering Dongyue territory and killing them all. Time flies by for several months. Ever since the demons attacked the Qianhuan Palace, they have fallen silent again. As for Qianhuan Palace, the losses were not big, only a few unlucky people died. The Thousand Fantasy Palace was also rebuilt. But Qianhuan Immortal Emperor stayed in Tianyao City and refused to leave. In my world, Gao Yan's Taoist companions and his two sisters-in-law have all reached the 9th level of true immortality. So, Gao Yan moved them out of my world to detoxify. Husband, do you dislike us? Sister Yang Yu came up and questioned Gao Yan. How could I dislike you? Gao Yan said speechlessly. Then why haven't you touched us since we came to the fairyland for so long? Yang Yu's tone was a little more resentful. It's not that I don't want to touch you, but your bodies are too weak. Gao Yan explained helplessly, your bodies are like porcelain dolls in my eyes, and they will break with a little force, so I plan to train you into golden immortals before touching you. Really? More real than real gold. Gao Yan said affirmatively, now you are all true immortals of the 9th level. Once the poison in your body is eliminated, you can be promoted to Shanxian through elixirs. It won't be long before you can be promoted to Jingxian. After learning the reason, Yang Yu also passed this message to the other girls. Everyone was relieved for no reason. A few days later, a very shocking news came. The Jinghong Palace, one of the 18 top forces in the fairy world, was destroyed by the demons. Jinghong Palace is at the bottom of the 18 top forces, with only one powerful king fairy of the 8th level in charge. Swish! A figure flashed by, and Qianhuan Immortal Emperor appeared in front of Gao Yan. Jinghong Palace was destroyed by the demons, what do you think? I have no opinion. Gao Yan shook his head. Humph. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was definitely not satisfied with Gao Yan's answer. The demons will definitely continue to attack, and Jinghong Palace is not the first. Since they will continue to attack, shouldn't you go back and unite with other top forces to eliminate the demons? Gao Yan reminded. Upon hearing this, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor blushed, and then looked at Gao Yan. You are right, but can I ask you for a favor? What's the deal? Gao Yan asked. Can you go back with me and fight against the devil together? You think beautifully. Gao Yan glanced at Qianhuan Immortal Emperor with disdain. This woman was just thinking nonsense. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor continued, Gao Yan, you have to know that Dongyue territory also belongs to Qianhuan Palace. If my 1,000 illusions shrine is destroyed by the devil like the Jinghong shrine, you will definitely be implicated. Since you will have to face the devil sooner or later, why don't you fight the devil with me now? Hearing this, Gao Yan nodded secretly. What you said makes some sense. Okay. I will follow you back to Qianhuan Palace. Hearing Gao Yan's agreement, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy in his eyes. With Gao Yan, a master, joining the team, she and her sister's safety would be a little more guaranteed. However, after you come back with me, don't expose your true cultivation level yet. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor said again. No problem, I'm the best at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Gao Yan said with a smile. Then let's go. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor urged. No rush, I'll take care of some things first. Gao Yan first came to Zhao Xianyue and handed her a puppet of the 9th level of Deluo. Judging from the current situation, the demon was targeting the top forces in the fairy world and would not affect the lower levels. Therefore, leaving a Deluo puppet can already deal with various dangers. Moreover, Gao Yan also plans to leave the 5th level Wang Xian puppet in the Dongyue territory. Even if you can't defeat him, you can still escape with him. However, Gao Yan didn't think that the demon would send a demon king level powerhouse to Dongyue territory. After all, for the entire fairy world, Dongyue territory is very remote. Later, Gao Yan brought other Taoist monks and 2 sisters-in-law into my world. In the past few days, the erysipelas in their bodies has been almost eliminated, and they have to continue practicing. He doesn't know how long it will take him to go to Qianhuan Palace this time. If they stay in Tianyao City, it will delay their practice. Wang Xian is very fast. But Qianhuan Immortal Emperor seemed to be interested in testing Gao Yan, so he used all his strength to move forward quickly in the dimensional void. As for Gao Yan, no matter how fast the other party increased his speed, he would follow her leisurely. For a moment, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was a little discouraged. Soon, they arrived at the rebuilt Thousand Fantasy Palace. This palace will be yours to live in from now on. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor pointed at a building and said. I don't live here, I live in the city. Gao Yan said. He doesn't like the cold Qianhuan Palace, but he likes the lively Qianhuan City. Although an accident occurred some time ago, and Qianhuan City was also affected to a certain extent, not everyone can give up the good cultivation environment of Qianhuan City. What's more, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor also defeated the Demon King, so there will naturally be no escape. Isn't it good to live in a palace? Qianhuan Immortal Emperor frowned slightly. Living outside is convenient for me to eat, drink and have fun. Besides, if I live in the palace, I will be easily targeted by people with ulterior motives. Gao Yan said, by the way, you asked me to help. I buy a house in the city, as well as food and drink. You have to pay for the fun. Qian Huan Immortal Emperor's face darkened. You, the majestic king immortal, still care about these immortal stones? You should have paid for these expenses, why should I bear them myself? Gao Yan said silently, I'm not used to letting people prostitute for free, of course, my woman is an exception. Is this guy teasing me? When Qianhuan Immortal Emperor heard this, he couldn't help but thought to himself, but there was no change on her face. Okay, I will let someone arrange a mansion for you in the city, and there are 10 trillion immortal stones here, which is enough for your expenses. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Haha, then I'm not welcome. Gao Yan put away the fairy stones. Unfortunately, the system's return function has been turned off, otherwise the 10 trillion fairy stones would become 60 trillion. A quarter of an hour later. 1000 Fantasy City, North District. Gao Yan was in a large mansion. This mansion was arranged for him by Qianhuan Immortal Emperor, and its scale was larger than his city lord's mansion in Tianyao City. Moreover, there are hundreds of servants in the mansion, and the quality of these servants is extremely high. Some of them have reached the mysterious immortal realm, and those who serve as minor stewards are all golden immortals. As for the 8 personal maids prepared for him, all of them were Tai immortals. I have to say, it's so extravagant, but I like it. Ask the kitchen to send a banquet over. Gao Yan said to the personal maid. Sir, wait a moment, I will make arrangements now. After waiting for half an hour, the food and drinks were delivered. While eating and drinking, Gao Yan asked his personal maid to introduce the situation of Qianhuan City. I have to say that this chef is worthy of coming from the Qianhuan Palace, and his skills are quite good, much better than Concubine Bai's skills. 1000 Fantasy City is divided into 5 areas, namely, the central area. This central area is where the Qianhuan Palace is located, and ordinary immortals are not even qualified to get close. The other 4 areas are respectively the southeast, northwest and 4 regions. Among these 4 areas, the people living in the northern area are the high-rise buildings of Qianhuan Shrine. Therefore, most of the buildings are large mansions. Following closely is the southern district. Most of the buildings in this area are mansions, and the residents are the young leaders of Qianhuan Palace. As for the East District, it is a commercial district and an entertainment district. The last West District is the residential area. More than 99% of the immortals in the city live in the West District. After Gao Yan moved into this mansion, it actually alarmed many people in the surrounding mansions. So, many people sent their men to inquire about Gao Yan's background and strength. The next morning, Gao Yan took 2 Tai immortal level maids out of the mansion gate and headed towards the East District. The North District is a gathering place for the rich and powerful, and it is also quite cold. The 2 businessmen can't see it. If he had known this, he should have asked Qianhuan Immortal Emperor to arrange a house for him in the East District. After he left the mansion, he immediately felt a lot of peeping thoughts. These thoughts were very secretive, and they didn't dare to get close to him, but watched from a distance. If Gao Yan was not a Wanxian-level strongman, it would be difficult to find these prying eyes. Gao Yan didn't care about this, and went to the East District without rushing. In a mansion, Changsun Mo retracted his thoughts, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face, because he found that the 2 Tai maids following Gao Yan were actually from the palace. The female immortals who can be selected into the Qianhuan Palace are not only Extremely talented, but also far superior to ordinary immortals. Moreover, they will also be the reserve force of the Qianhuan Palace. But now, such a Tai female immortal appears beside Gao Yan as a maid. There are only two people who can make such a decision. One is Qian Miao, Immortal Emperor, and the other is Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor. So, is this person related to Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, or is he related to Qian Miao, Immortal Emperor? Gao Yan didn't care about other people's speculation at all. He has brought two maids to the East District. It must be said that this East District is really prosperous. There are so many kinds of shops that he can't help but open his eyes. At the same time, in a space-time barrier somewhere, Emperor Yun was bowing to a handsome young man in a golden robe. No need to be polite, stand up. The handsome young man in the golden robe said. Thank you, young Master Hong Tian. After thanking him, Emperor Yun straightened up and continued, Young Master Hong Tian, according to the news from the people arranged by my subordinates in the Thousand Illusion Palace, the Thousand Illusion Immortal Emperor has returned to the Thousand Illusion Palace yesterday. Hearing this, young Master Hong Tian narrowed his eyes. Then when are you going to let the demons take action? Emperor Yun showed a look of embarrassment. Young Master Hong Tian, the last attack on Jinghong Palace caused them to lose two demon kings. Now, if they are allowed to attack the Thousand Illusion Palace again, they must break the seal of the passage between Yuankuan and Xuanjia and release the ancient ape Demon King before they are willing to continue to attack the Thousand Illusion Palace. What do you think, should I agree to them? Hong Tian did not agree directly, but asked Emperor Yun instead. Emperor Yun had obviously thought about this question a long time ago and prepared the answer in advance. If we don't agree to them, if we force them to attack the Qianhuan Palace, they will most likely work without effort and do things perfunctorily. But if we agree to release the ancient ape demon King, we are afraid that it will be difficult to control them, so I don't know whether I should agree to them for a while. Agree to them. At this time, Hong Tian suddenly said. Yes. Emperor Yun nodded. Master Hong Tian, do you have any other instructions? If not, I will take my leave. Go. Hong Tian waved his hand. After Emperor Yun left, a woman in red suddenly appeared in this space-time barrier. Why is the elder sister here? Hong Tian said with some surprise. I just came back from the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. Han Yue said. Oh, how is the progress? Is the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce willing to submit to us? Hong Tian asked, with interest. No. Han Yue shook her head. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Hong Tian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If it weren't for the fact that we shouldn't act rashly now, we would have destroyed them directly. Brother Tian, I have a suggestion here, which can subdue the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, Hong Yue changed the subject and said. What suggestion? Hong Tian asked. Marry the daughter of the president of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. As long as you marry her, it will be easier to subdue the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. Hong Yue said with a smile. Hearing this, Hong Tian's face showed an extremely dissatisfied expression. What is the daughter of the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce? What qualifications does she have to marry me? At this point, he looked at Hong Yue with a hot look in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. It doesn't matter whether you are qualified or not. If you marry her, you will have the opportunity to bring the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce under your command. Hong Yue said faintly. No. Hong Tian decisively refused. Ah. Hong Yu sighed in her heart and stopped talking about it. Instead, she asked, "How is my father doing?" Hong Tian smiled and said, "My father is making very good progress. He has completely comprehended the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. In 10 years at most, he will be able to practice the Hongmeng Creation Sutra to perfection." By the way, sister, what level have you practiced the Taisu Heavenly Sutra to? Hong Yu said lightly, "I have encountered a bottleneck. I have always stayed at the peak of the 8th level and cannot enter the 9th level. Then you might as well change to the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. With my father and I guiding you, you should be able to enter the 9th level soon." Hong Tian persuaded. "No need." Hong Yu shook her head, "This Taisu Heavenly Sutra is the only thought my mother left me. I will not give it up." "Ah, you, I really don't know what to say to you," Hong Tian said helplessly. This is not the first time he has persuaded Hong Yu, but she has rejected him every time. "By the way, I have good news to tell you." Hong Yu changed the subject again. "Oh, what good news?" "The matter of Yuanshi ancient land has been figured out," Hong Yu said with a smile. "Really?" Hong Tian was overjoyed. Hong Yu nodded, "My people have pieced together more than 3,000 time and space maps, and are now calculating the specific location of Yuanshi ancient land. According to the current calculation progress, we can lock the running track of Yuanshi ancient land in 3 years at most." "Great, God is really helping our family," Hong Tian said excitedly, "as long as the 3 ancestral immortal artifacts are taken out from Yuanshi ancient land, the greater the chance of my father breaking through the realm of King Immortal. Yes, with the 3 ancestral immortal artifacts, my father will be more confident." Hong Yu nodded in agreement, but a complex look flashed in her eyes. In order to help her father fulfill this wish, her mother even sacrificed herself. But her father is already the strongest in the fairy world. Even if he breaks through the realm of King Immortal, he is still the first. What difference does it make? In her opinion, there is not much difference. Don't think that their Hongmeng Palace is listed as one of the 18 top forces in the fairy world along with the other 17 forces. But in fact, the strength of Hongmeng Palace has long surpassed the other 17 forces by 10 streets. Not to mention that their 2 siblings are at the peak of the 9th level of King Immortal. There are 4 9th level King Immortals under his father alone, and the remaining King Immortals are also more than 10 people. Moreover, she still knows this. Who knows if her father has any hidden tricks? If that's the case, then we have to speed up the process of destroying the other top forces. Hong Tian said thoughtfully. No need. Hong Yu waved her hand, just focus on your plan. I will personally lead people to the Yuanshi ancient land to retrieve the 3 ancestral immortal artifacts. No. Hong Tian decisively refused. It is said that the Yuanshi ancient land is quite evil. I am worried about you going in alone, sister. Don't worry. I am also a 9th level King Immortal. Although I am not as strong as you, I am still much stronger than ordinary 9th level King Immortals. Besides, you are still needed to preside over the affairs of the fairy world. If you are trapped there for hundreds or thousands of years, wouldn't it delay your father's plan? After hearing what Hong Yu said, Hong Tian's brows were completely furrowed. Hong Yu was right. It was normal to be trapped in a place like the Yuanshi ancient land for hundreds or thousands of years. And now, the plan made by their family is at a critical moment, and he really can't leave. In that case, I will give up 2 8th-level king immortals to go with you. Hong Tian thought for a while and said. No, you are in need of someone. If you give me someone, it will affect your plan. No, you have to accept it anyway. Facing the overbearing Hong Tian, Hong Yu had no choice but to accept it. On the other side, Qianhuan City. Gao Yan has entered the East District from the North District. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the East District, he felt the prosperity and bustle here. There are thousands of streets in the entire East District, and each street has its own characteristics and heritage. Gao Yan, who has not had breakfast yet, decided to taste the special food. First, the lifespan of an immortal is infinite, but the immortal body will limit the immortal's online level. For example, if you are only a 5th grade immortal body, you can only practice to the 9th level of Xianxian and cannot break through to Jingxian. Unless you can find a way to improve your immortal body, otherwise, no matter how much you practice, you will stay where you are. Therefore, this kind of immortals are keen on enjoying. In a blink of an eye, Gao Yan has been in Qianhuan City for 10 days. During this time, he would go to Dongqing every day to taste various specialties and various entertainment projects. During this period, many people wanted to inquire about Gao Yan's identity and find out his details, but they all failed. This day, morning, Gao Yan came to the East District again and went straight to a pub on a certain street. This tavern was opened by Tai Immortal, and the drinks sold in the tavern are all brewed by him himself. Naturally, the price is not cheap either. The cheapest bottle of wine costs 10 million immortal stones. After Gao Yan entered the tavern, he ordered a bottle of Huimeng brewing worth 50 million immortal stones. Wait for the wine to be served. He opened it himself and poured it into the cup. He picked it up and took a sip, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face. Drinks in the fairy world have a side effect, which is to improve your cultivation or nourish your fairy soul. But there is no energy inside this bottle of wine. Only the purest taste of wine. To ordinary immortals, this wine is not worthy of its name, but to immortals who are not short of money, this wine is worthy of its name. And Gao Yan's cultivation has reached the peak of immortality, so he doesn't care at all whether there is energy in the drink. Therefore, he is quite satisfied with this drink that only focuses on taste. Fellow Taoist, would you mind sharing a table? While Gao Yan was drinking alone, a female fairy dressed in men's clothing suddenly sat down opposite Gao Yan. Don't mind. Gao Yan nodded. Later, the female fairy also ordered a bottle of wine worth 50 million immortal stones, and while drinking, she chatted with Gao Yan Pan. This female immortal's name is Situ Qingqing. She is the legitimate daughter of the Situ family of the Daluo family in Qianhuan City. Her cultivation has reached the 9th level of Tai Immortal. She took the initiative to join in. In fact, she took over the family's mission to find out Gao Yan's identity. Mainly because during this period, the major forces' investigations into Gao Yan made little progress. Situ Qingqing's conversational skills were very good, and she was even better at formulating words. Unfortunately, Gao Yan didn't take any of her tricks at all, and allowed her to talk nonsense. The most Gao Yan could do was smile. This made Situ Qingqing quite discouraged and a little unwilling at the same time. Half an hour later, after finishing a bottle of wine, Gao Yan paid and left. Situ Qingqing, who was unwilling to accept it, gritted her teeth and followed. After paying the bill, "Brother, I feel very close to you." "What do you call me?" Gao Yan glanced at Situqingqing with a half-smile, and then said, "My name is Gao Yan, and please stop working on me, it's pointless." These people investigated him because they saw that he owned a large mansion in the North District and might be reused by Qian Huan, Immortal Emperor. But, in fact, his relationship with Qian Huan, Immortal Emperor, was completely equal. Upon hearing this, Situqingqing's expression suddenly changed, knowing that Gao Yan had seen through her intention. Just then, Gao Yan's face darkened slightly, and he raised his head to look in the direction of Qianhuan Shrine. Situqingqing also subconsciously followed his gaze, and then saw 7 demon king-level demons appearing above the 1,000 Fantasy Palace. "No, another powerful demon is coming," Situqingqing exclaimed. Although the number of the Meijin clan demon kings arriving this time is 1 less than last time, the quality is higher than last time, because in addition to the 2 9th-level demon kings, Yuanlong Demon King and Yuanhu Demon King, there is also a new 9th-level demon king, Ancient Ape Demon King. The figure flashed by. Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, and Qianmiao, Immortal Emperor, both appeared in the sky above Qianhuan Palace. "I allowed you to escape with your lives last time, but now you dare to come and die," Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, said with murderous intent in his eyes, and his voice was domineering. "Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, let me introduce to you. This is the Ancient Ape Demon King. He is much stronger than us. Now, with the help of the Ancient Ape Demon King, you are dead." Demon King Yuanlong said with a proud tone. "Sure, a sword finger." Suddenly, a finger shadow appeared in front of Demon King Yuanlong's eyebrows. The moment this finger shadow appeared, Yuanlong felt a huge death crisis. He was so frightened that he immediately arranged hundreds of layers of magic defense on his body. At the same time, he also activated the Demon King's artifact to form another layer of defense. Puff puff puff. But what made him feel desperate was that the finger shadow easily broke through all the defenses he had set up, and then penetrated his eyebrows. Finally, the finger shadow exploded in his demon soul. The shattered demon soul was trying its best to revive, but the finger shadow contained a powerful force of annihilation, which wiped out all the vitality in his demon soul, making it impossible for Demon King Yuanlong's demon soul to condense again. So weak? Gao Yan saw that he had killed a 9th-level demon king by just using a king-level magical power. Situqingqing, who was following Gao Yan, had completely fallen into a daze. The man in front of him actually killed a 9th-level demon king with one move. Also sluggish was Qian Huan, Immortal Emperor. She knew that Gao Yan was very strong, but she never expected that Gao Yan was so strong. "No, there's an ambush, let's retreat, quickly." After seeing that Demon King Yuanlong's body had turned into a shell, Demon King Yuanhu exclaimed and planned to escape. But how could Qian Huan, Immortal Emperor, give him a chance? Immediately use his magical power to kill the 6 demon kings, including Demon King Yuanhu and Demon King Ancient Ape. Immortal Emperor Qianmiao followed up and launched an attack to help his sister relieve the pressure. Sure, a sword finger. At this time, Gao Yan took action again. The finger shadow appeared again in front of Yuanhu Demon King's eyebrows, breaking his defense, shattering his demon soul, and then wiping out the vitality in his demon soul. Roar. Seeing this scene, the Ancient Ape Demon King let out a huge roar, but this roar was filled with a bit of fear and uneasiness. I saw his body swell up and turned into a giant. But at this moment, a fist fell from the sky and hit the Ancient Ape Demon King. With a puff sound, the huge body of the ancient ape demon king and the demon soul shattered directly. Not bad. Gao Yan was still very satisfied with this punch. This ancient ape demon king was obviously much stronger than the two demon kings who died under Shura's sword finger. But he still couldn't withstand his heavenly emperor fist. A heavenly emperor fist went down and directly destroyed the opponent's soul. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he swung the sword, and hundreds of sword chi flew out. Then he saw these sword chi strangle the remaining demon kings to pieces. We're done. Putting away the sword, Gao Yan walked towards another store on the street. Sister, where did you invite this expert from? Qian Miao Immortal Emperor looked at Gao Yan and asked in a voice. Transmission. Go back and tell me. To be honest, Qian Huan Immortal Emperor was also stunned by Gao Yan's super strength. The strength of the ancient ape demon king was completely comparable to hers, but Gao Yan killed him with one punch. Could it be that the other party has mastered the power beyond the level of King Immortal? Qian Huan Palace. Inside the bedroom of Qian Huan Immortal Emperor. Sister, can you tell me now? Qian Huan Immortal Emperor said, his name is Gao Yan, a master I invited back. He is very likely the reincarnation of a powerful person who surpassed the King Immortal. The devil's attack again became a hot topic in Qianhuan City. But the number one most searched item is Gao Yan. Mainly because the scene where he killed the 7 demon kings in an understatement was really shocking. That night, after Gao Yan returned to his mansion in the North District, he found that Qianhuan Immortal Emperor had arrived at the mansion. Brother Dao, thank you for your help today. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor said with gratitude that the ancient ape demon king was on par with her in strength. If Demon King Yuanlong and Demon King Yuanhu were added to the mix, she would definitely not be a match. How are you going to thank me? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Brother Dao, feel free to ask, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. Qianhuan Immortal King said sincerely, she really wanted to make good friends with Gao Yan. Give me a king-level immortal technique suitable for female immortals to practice. Gao Yan said that although the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra he practiced was good, it consumed too much resources and time and was not suitable for his women to practice. Okay, this is the 1000 Illusion Immortal Sutra that I practiced. I can practice it to the 9th level of King Immortal. Immortal Emperor Qian Huan took out a jade slip and handed it to Gao Yan. Gao Yan took the jade slip and said with a smile, then I'm welcome. Immortal Emperor Qian Huan didn't stay long before leaving. Then Gao Yan gave the 1000 Illusions Immortal Sutra to the practice badge for meditation. Naturally, he does not know how to practice the 1000 Illusion Immortal Sutra. The reason why he wants to study this Immortal Sutra is to facilitate his wife's practice. Somewhere in the boundary of time and space, Emperor Yin arrives again. Reporting to young Master Hong Tian, the mission to raid Qianhuan Palace failed. Hong Tian frowned, how could it fail? Is it possible that the ancient ape Demon King is not the opponent of the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor? No, but a strange 9th level King of Immortals appeared. Emperor Yun smiled bitterly. In fact, he was also there in the previous battle, but a few demon kings rushed to the street too quickly. He didn't dare to take action. After all, his strength was not as good as that of the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor. The only thing that stood out was his ability to hide. That man was extremely powerful. He killed all 7 demon kings in an understatement. Is he really that strong? Hong Tian couldn't believe it. Young Master Hong Tian, this is the scene recorded by my subordinate through the memory immortal crystal. Emperor Yun handed a memory fairy crystal to Hong Tian. After Hong Tian carefully watched the images in the memory crystal, his face suddenly sank. Immediately send someone to investigate and find out who this 9th level Wang Xian who suddenly appeared is. Yes. Emperor Yun nodded and left the time and space barrier. After Emperor Yun left, Hong Tian immediately sent a message to his sister. Hong Yue. Soon. Hong Yu, dressed in red, arrives. Sister, take a look at this first. Hong Tian, through the memory immortal crystal to Hong Yue. After seeing the image in the memory fairy crystal, Hong Yue couldn't help but show shock and surprise. Who is this person? I feel that his strength is not inferior to mine. This person appeared suddenly, and Emperor Yun has already gone to investigate. Hong Tian said in a deep voice, and then his expression suddenly turned ferocious. No matter who it is, whoever affects our plan will be killed without mercy. Brother Tian, why don't I come forward to recruit him? Hong Yu's heart moved. If we can recruit him, we can have another help. Sister, are you sure? Hong Tian was also quite moved when he heard this. I don't even know who the other person is. It's too early to say whether I'm sure. It's better to get in touch with him first. Hong Yue said. The next day, Gao Yan came to Dongqing district again. Just when he was about to step into a specialty gourmet restaurant, a woman in red suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Fellow Daoist Gao, can you talk to me? Hong Yue said with a smile. Soon. In a private room of a tea house, Gao Yan and Hong Yu sat opposite each other. Gao Yan has used the detection function of the inside eye to detect the other party's information. The other party's name is Hong Yu, and she is the daughter of the master of the Hongmeng Shrine, one of the 18 top powers in the immortal world. This Hongmeng Shrine is the strongest, oldest, most powerful, and mysterious among the 18 top powers. Fellow Daoist Gao, my name is Hong Yue, from Hongmeng Shrine. Hong Yue said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Hong Yue, you might as well speak up if you have something to say. Gao Yan nodded. This woman's cultivation was very powerful, much stronger than the Qianhuan immortal emperor. Have you ever thought about why Taoist Gao, no one in our immortal world can break the king's immortal realm? Hong Yu asked with a smile. Of course God doesn't allow it. Gao Yan said lightly. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Gao to understand this. Hong Yu said with some surprise, but our Hongmeng Shrine has found a way to fight against the way of heaven. What can I do? Gao Yan asked, curiously. But Hong Yue did not answer directly. Instead, she sent an invitation to Gao Yan, if fellow Taoist Gao is willing to join our Hongmeng Shrine, we can share this method. At the same time, it can also help you break through the king's immortal realm and achieve a higher realm. The scene he saw through his precognitive power flashed through Gao Yan's mind. The endless sea of thunder completely annihilated him in just a few seconds. He didn't believe that Hongmeng Shrine had the ability to resist heaven's punishment. So, he shook his head. I don't believe you can do it. Hong Yue frowned. Why don't you believe it? The way of heaven is too strong for us to fight against. Gao Yan said in a deep voice, although Wang Xian is very strong, he is still very small, compared to the entire immortal world. Therefore, let alone Wang Xian, even if he breaks through to a higher realm, he cannot fight against the way of heaven. After all, he who had predicted supernatural powers had already achieved a break through and became an ancestor. But the result was that he was killed in a few seconds. But what if we fight with the destiny of the entire fairy world? Hong Yue said, unconvinced. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan immediately understood Hong Ming Shrine's plan. Are you planning to unify the immortal world and then use the luck of all the immortals to help you fight against heaven's punishment? What kind of punishment? Hong Yue asked puzzledly. You do not know? Gao Yan looked at Hong Yu in surprise. Want to hear the details? Gao Yan thought for a while and said, it's very simple. Heaven does not allow anyone to break through to the level of the ancestors. If you insist on breaking through, then after the breakthrough, you will face heaven's punishment. Generally speaking, facing such terrifying heaven's punishment, you are bound to die. If you are willing to believe me, I can make you feel the despair of being punished by heaven. Give me your hand. After a slight hesitation, Hong Yu handed her hand to Gao Yan, and then Gao Yan grabbed the other person's hand and transmitted to Hong Yu the image of him dying in the endless sea of thunder from the power of prediction. Feeling the same, a look of horror appeared on Hong Yu's face, and even sweat stains appeared on her forehead. After a while, Gao Yan let go of Hong Yu. Do you feel the horror of heaven's punishment? Hong Yu nodded. Then he looked at Gao Yan curiously. Are you the person who died in the endless thunder sea? Good. Gao Yan nodded. I once broke through the ancestor immortals, but in the end, I still failed to withstand the punishment of heaven. It's not that I look down on you, but with your current strength, you can't hold a breath in the endless thunder sea. Hong Yue did not deny this, because she acquiesced. In that terrifying endless thunder sea, the 9th level of Wang Xian was still so small. Thinking of her father's plan that had been planned for many years, she estimated that the probability of success was less than 10%. Seeing Hong Yu, who fell into silence, Gao Yan said, stop bothering, hurry up. And kill those demons you released, and live a good life, okay? Hearing this, Hong Yu smiled bitterly. I am willing to give up, but my father may not be willing to give up. Her father had been preparing for this plan for billions of years. How could he just give up? He didn't give up even though he knew he was going to die? Gao Yan said in surprise. Hong Yu said quietly, in order to break through to the realm of ancestral immortals, my father has sacrificed too much. This has become his obsession. Moreover, seeing that the plan has reached the final step, how could he just give up? So, you still want to unify the immortal world? Gao Yan asked. Hong Yue nodded. With me here, I'm afraid your family won't be able to dominate the fairy world. Gao Yan shook his head and smiled. Hong Yue looked at Gao Yan and said slowly, you are very powerful, but my father is stronger than you, and even if it is me, you may not be able to defeat him. Really? Why not find a place to try? Okay. Then let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan escaped into the void and disappeared into the box, while Hong Yue followed closely and disappeared into the void. Half an hour later, on a deserted and extremely cold ice field, Gao Yan and Hong Yu stood thousands of meters apart. I practice Taisu Tianjing. My brother thinks that I haven't practiced to the 9th level yet. In fact, I have practiced this technique to perfection long ago. I'm just worried about hurting him, so I keep pretending that I only practice it to the 8th level peak. Gao Yan did not interrupt Hong Yu's words. She must have had her intentions in saying this. Sure enough, Hong Yu continued, my brother is practicing the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. He has already practiced this technique to the 9th level. He is only one step away from perfecting it, while my father is practicing it at the same time. Of the two techniques, he has already practiced the Taisu Heavenly Sutra to perfection, and he has fully understood the Hongmeng Creation Sutra and will soon reach perfection. If you can defeat me, it means you have the strength to fight against my father. If you can't defeat me, how about you stop getting involved in this matter? Okay. Gao Yan smiled and nodded, if I can't even defeat you, I won't go against your family. Then take action. Hong Yue said politely. Your Taisu scripture sounds very powerful, so I'll try your level. While speaking, Gao Yan raised his hand and pointed a finger. Sure, a sword finger. Suddenly, a finger shadow appeared on Hong Yu's shoulder. Everyone was just exchanging ideas, so Gao Yan did not make a killing move. It has to be said that this Hong Yue is much more powerful than the ancient ape Demon King. She also lightly pointed her finger, and a fiery red finger force collided with Gao Yan's finger shadow. But Shura's sword finger quickly defeated Hong Yu's finger strength, then landed on her shoulder, directly breaking through her defense, and then pierced her shoulder. That's it? Gao Yan looked at Hong Yu speechlessly. A flash of disbelief and confusion flashed in the eyes of Hong Yu, whose shoulder was pierced. The opponent's attack not only easily broke through her immortal power defense and King's immortal weapon defense, but also pierced her shoulder. You must know that her fairy body is a fairy body of the law of ice that is rare in trillions of years. It is extremely strong and has extremely high defense. After hearing Gao Yan's words, her face quickly turned red. Thinking of what she just said, she felt so embarrassed. Suddenly, just as she was about to use her immortal power to repair the injury, she discovered that the injury on her shoulder was actually emitting a 5 elements aura. This is? For a moment, Hong Yue thought of a possibility, then stared at Gao Yan and said, you practice the 5 Emperors' Immortal Sutra? Good. Now that the other party has seen it out, Gao Yan has nothing to hide. Moreover, he found that Hong Yu's strength was a bit weak, and her father was probably not that powerful either. No wonder. Hong Yue looked relieved. Do you think I can defeat your father? Gao Yan asked with a smile. My father is definitely no match for you, Hong Yue said in a complicated tone. Why are you so sure? Gao Yan said. You practice the 5 Emperors' Immortal Sutra, don't you know that this technique was destroyed by the way of heaven? Really? After I was reincarnated, I lost a lot of memories. Gao Yan pretended to be sad. Actually, the chance you have to get reincarnation under heaven's punishment is already very impressive. Hong Yue praised. Okay, that's it for today. Go back and tell your father to clean up quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for coming to beat him. Gao Yan warned. I will convey it, but I don't know if I can convince him. Hong Yu smiled bitterly. It's okay. If he doesn't stop, come to me. I'll deal with him a few times. And he'll be honest. Gao Yan waved his hand and walked away. Soon, Hong Yue returned to Hongmeng Shrine and came to the place where her father was retreating. Before I could knock on the formation, an old voice sounded, Xia, why are you here and you are in trouble? Father, I have something important to talk to you about. Hong Yue said quickly. Come in. The formation faded, and the hall door opened with a bang. After Hong Yue entered the hall, the door of the hall was immediately closed. And the formation was restored to its original state. The hall was quite empty. An old man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. Suddenly, his closed eyes slowly opened. "Father, I learned a piece of news. If you break through the ancestral immortal, you will be punished by heaven," Hongyu said. Upon hearing the word heaven's punishment, the master of Hongming Palace did not show any abnormality. Upon seeing this, Hongyu immediately understood that her father's understanding of heavenly punishment was different from what she understood. So, she handed a jade slip to Master Hongming Palace. "Father, you can watch the image of heavenly punishment recorded in it." After viewing the image on the jade slip, Master Hongming Palace frowned. "Where did this thing come from?" "Father, it's like this." Hongyu recounted the exchange between her and Gao Yan. "Humph, that person was a waste and died under the punishment of heaven. As a father, I will definitely be able to survive the punishment of heaven smoothly," the Lord of Hongming Palace said confidently. Hongyu was not surprised when she heard this. First of all, the image she reproduced was just an image and did not have the aura of divine punishment. But what Gao Yan showed her had the aura of divine punishment. Therefore, if you can't feel the breath of heaven's punishment, you will naturally not be able to understand how terrifying it is. "Father, I have practiced the Taisu scripture to perfection," Hongyu said again. "That's great. In this case, our plan should go more smoothly." "Master." Hongming Palace looked happy. "But I was defeated by Gao Yan in one move. If he wanted to kill me, it would only take one move." "Impossible." Hearing this, the Lord of Hongming Palace directly showed doubts, although the Taisu heavenly scripture is not as good as the Hongming creation scripture, the gap is limited. Your strength is at least 3 times that of the ordinary 9th level king immortal. How could you lose so easily?" "Father, it's all true. I have no need to deceive you. By the way, he asked us to give up the plan, otherwise, he will come to stop you personally." Hongyu did not say that Gao Yan would come to beat him, so as not to excite him. "Impossible, I can't give up the plan." Although the Lord of Hongming Palace believed that his daughter would not deceive him, he had been preparing for this plan for billions of years, and it had already reached the last step. How could he give up easily? "But father, even if you succeed, what can you do? You will still die under the punishment of heaven in the end," Hongyu persuaded. "Stop talking." The Lord of Hongming Palace roared, and a mad look flashed across his face. "As long as I can break through to the Zuxian realm, I am willing to die." Seeing this scene, Hongyu sighed in her heart. She knew that her father's obsession was too deep, and no matter what she said, she could not change his mind. Why not ask Gao Yan to beat him up a few times? Suddenly, such an idea popped up in her mind. The next afternoon, Qianhuan City, East District. Gao Yan was listening to music in a box in the Shuangshou building. Although the music here is not as good as the jade silk, it is also pretty good. Suddenly, the whole box became quiet. Except for Gao Yan, the whole room seemed to be frozen. The next moment, a figure flashed. Hongyu appeared. "Why are you here again?" Gao Yan looked at her and asked. "I have seen my father, but I can't convince him." Hongyu sighed. "So you are here to ask me to beat your father?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. Hongyu's eyes flashed with embarrassment. "In fact, I just want my father to recognize himself." "Okay, I understand, lead the way." Gao Yan smiled. However, Before leaving, Gao Yan still left a lot of immortal stones in the box, otherwise he would be a freeloader if he just left like that. Gao Yan followed Hong Yu all the way to the Hongmeng Palace. My father is in retreat in that palace. Hong Yu pointed to a palace and said, "Leave it to me next." As he spoke, Gao Yan punched out. Suddenly, an invisible fist shadow fell on the palace, and the formation and buildings covering the palace turned into powder in an instant. Then a figure soared into the sky and waved his hand to hit the fist shadow. As a result, not only did he fail to break the fist shadow, but he was knocked to the ground by the fist shadow. You only have this ability, and you still want to unify the fairy world? Gao Yan's figure swayed and came in front of the Lord of Hongmeng Palace. Floating 3 feet above the ground, looking down at the other party. Are you Gao Yan? The Lord of Hongmeng Palace slowly got up and looked at Gao Yan with cold eyes. Come, feel it. The next moment, Gao Yan reached out and grabbed the head of the Lord of Hongmeng Palace, and transmitted the scene of the endless sea of thunder, destroying him into his mind. Feeling the pressure brought by the endless sea of thunder, the Lord of Hongmeng Palace couldn't help but tremble all over, and dense sweat stains appeared on his forehead. Gao Yan retracted his hand. Then he looked at the Lord of Hongmeng Palace with disdain. Even I couldn't hold on for a few seconds under the punishment of heaven, and you dare to break through to the ancestral fairyland. Don't bother in the future, live a good life, understand? Humph, how can you know it won't work if you don't try? Lord of Hongmeng Palace snorted coldly. Bang! Gao Yan slapped him to the ground with a slap. I gave you face, didn't I? I was persuading you just now, and now I'm threatening you. If you want to die, no one will care about you, but if you want to die with the whole fairyland, don't blame me for killing you first, understand? Looking at the Lord of Hongmeng Palace, who was silent and quite stubborn, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Since you are determined to harm the fairyland, I have to kill you. No. At this time, Hong Yue flashed over. Fellow Taoist Gao Yan, don't kill my father, let me persuade him, okay? I'll give you a quarter of an hour. If he still doesn't change his bad habits, then die. Gao Yan flashed away. Half a quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan returned again. Looking at the Hongmeng Palace master with a stern face, Gao Yan lazily asked, "How is the persuasion? Did your father agree?" "He has agreed," Hong Yu said hurriedly. "It's good that he agrees." Gao Yan nodded. He didn't care that the Hongmeng Palace master didn't answer in person. After all, before he was beaten by him, the other party still thought he was the best in the world. Of course, he has to save face soon. Gao Yan returned to Qianhuan City. Then he found Qianhuan Immortal Emperor. "Qianxue, I have to go back to Tianyao City." "Why?" "The matter has been resolved." Gao Yan roughly told Qianhuan Immortal Emperor the cause and effect of the matter. After listening, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why doesn't the heavenly Tao allow us to break through to the Zuxian realm?" Gao Yan thought for a while. It is probably because the destructive power of Zuxian is too strong, which can easily cause irreparable damage to the fairy world. "Don't you want to break through to Zuxian?" Suddenly, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor stared at Gao Yan and asked, "A little bit." Gao Yan smiled. "Isn't it that the heaven doesn't allow breakthroughs?" "Then don't break through. Besides, my current strength is already the best in the fairy world. Even if I break through to the ancestral fairy, I will still be the best in the fairy world. So why should I break through?" It seems so. Qianhuan, immortal emperor, laughed, but have you ever thought about surpassing yourself? Why should I surpass myself? Gao Yan rolled his eyes speechlessly. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I'm leaving. Don't miss me. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan disappeared into the void. Tianyao City, City Lord's mansion. Husband, why are you back so soon? Zhao Xianyue saw Gao Yan coming back and couldn't help hugging his arm. Happily. Gao Yan put his arm around her waist and pulled her into his arms. I'll come back naturally after I finish my work, madam, I miss you. My husband, me too. Since that's the case, what else can I say? With a flash, Gao Yan carried Zhao Xianyue to the bedroom. After a while, there was a blushing voice. A few months passed in a flash. Gao Yan's wives and sisters-in-law have all broken through to the 9th level of Shanxian. With their 5th grade immortal bodies, they have reached the top. Gao Yan was not in a hurry. He first moved them out of my world to recuperate. For a while, to eliminate the poison. A few days later, the poison in the women's bodies had been emptied, and Gao Yan took out the origin of the immortal world, cut off a small ball, and then distributed it to the women. This time even Zhao Xianyue got a portion. The effect of the origin of the immortal world is better than expected. They were originally only 5th grade immortal bodies, but they were directly promoted to 1st grade immortal bodies. As for Zhao Xianyue, she even condensed a law immortal body. Oh my god, the effect is so strong. After thinking about it, Gao Yan simply cut off some of the immortal origin and distributed it to his wife and sisters-in-law, so that they could all condense the law immortal body. There were still 9/10 of the immortal origin left. If Gao Yan used it, I don't know how abnormal his body would evolve. But he kept it for the time being. It's not a good thing to be too strong. After all, if he wants to do things with his wife now, he needs his wife to reach the golden immortal level. If he absorbs the immortal origin, it is estimated that his wives will have to reach the Tai realm to bear it. Now, they are already resentful enough. If the requirements are raised again, won't they blame him to death? Anyway, he is now the number 1 in the immortal world, and the heavenly way does not allow a breakthrough to the ancestral immortal, so it doesn't matter whether he uses the immortal origin or not. Originally, Gao Yan wanted to teach the 1000 Illusions Immortal Sutra to his daughters-in-law and sisters-in-law, so that they could practice this technique. But I saw the expectant looks in my daughters-in-law's eyes. Gao Yan decided to wait until they broke through to Jingxian. So Gao Yan took out the 6-turn elixir and gave it to them, asking them to take the medicine and break through. Because they are all law immortal bodies now, the speed of absorbing and refining elixirs has also increased a lot. Just 1 month later, they all broke through to the golden immortal level 1. After another, husband, I finally broke through to the golden immortal. After Yang Yu's breakthrough, she excitedly threw herself into Gao Yan's arms and kissed him before she had time to consolidate her cultivation. It took a certain amount of effort to comfort Yang Yu and let her consolidate her cultivation first. After his daughters-in-law completed their breakthrough, Gao Yan began to pay off his debts. This debt repayment will take several years. Even though Gao Yan is a strong man at the 9th level of Wangxian, he still feels that his waist is a little unbearable. On this day, Gao Yan, who was lying on the big bed, moved the 2 big white legs that were resting on him, put on his clothes, and came to the garden in a flash. Why, does your father have a recurrence of his old problem and wants to ask me to help treat it? Gao Yu said to Hong Yu in a teasing tone. Hearing this, Hong Yue rolled her eyes at him. It's not because of this matter. Do you know the ancient land of Yuanshi? Have no idea. Gao Yan answered decisively. Hong Yue said, Yuanshi ancient land is a very special place where 3 ancestral immortal artifacts are stored. Now, I have locked the trajectory of Yuanshi ancient land. Are you interested in following me to visit Yuanshi ancient land? Land? Are you so kind? Gao Yan looked at Hong Yue and said. The main reason is that Yuanshi ancient land is quite dangerous. I don't have much confidence in going there alone. If you go with us, you will be much more confident. Hong Yue said seriously. Suddenly, Gao Yan said, could it be that your father is plotting against me? As long as I am trapped in Yuanshi ancient land, won't he be able to continue to implement his plan to unify the immortal world? Upon hearing this, Hong Yue's face changed slightly. Looking at Hong Yue's face, it was obvious that he had thought of something. So Gao Yan said lightly, it seems that your father is really evil. Go back and warn him. It's best to be honest. If he dares to cause trouble again, I will not show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan turned around and left. Hong Yue, on the other hand, returned to Hongmeng Shrine with a disappointed expression. How about Xiaoya? Has Gao Yan agreed to go to Yuanshi ancient land with you? Lord Hongmeng Palace asked with concern. Father, are you still not going to give up your plan? Hong Yue stared at Palace Master Hongmeng and asked. How could it be possible? I gave up on that plan a long time ago. Master. Hongmeng Palace said calmly. Father, he said that if you continue to cause trouble, he will kill you. Hong Yue sighed. Suddenly, the face of Hongmeng Palace Master became extremely ugly, and there was even a hint of ferocity in his expression. But soon, he regained his composure. Is he willing to go to the ancient land of Yuanshi? Hong Yue shook her head. He has seen through your plan, so naturally he will not go to Yuanshi ancient land. At this point, she felt a little disappointed with her father. While the other party plotted against Gao Yan, he also plotted against her, because if the other party wanted to trap Gao Yan to death in the ancient land of Yuanshi, she, who is traveling with Gao Yan, will also be trapped in the ancient land of Yuanshi. That's it for now. Go down. Lord Hongmeng Palace waved his hand. After Hong Yue left, Hong Tian's figure appeared in the hall. Father, our plan failed, what should we do next? The Lord of Hongmeng Palace thought for a while. In this case, Tianer, you will lead people to the ancient land of Yuanshi to bring back the 3 ancestral immortal weapons. As long as we have those 3 ancestral immortal weapons, our father and son join forces, then Gao Yan definitely not our opponent. Okay. Hong Tian's eyes lit up. Father, don't worry, I will definitely bring back the ancestral artifact. A few days later, Gao Yan, who was basking in the sun in the garden, looked at Hong Yue, who suddenly appeared and said lightly, how is it? A sad look flashed in Hong Yue's eyes. My father has left it to my younger brother to take charge of the trip to Yuanshi ancient land. It seems your father has not given up. Gao Yan showed a bit of sarcasm. After fighting against the Lord of Hongmeng Palace, Gao Yan figured out the opponent's strength. The opponent's strength was about 4 times that of the ordinary King Immortal at the 9th level. If you practice the Hongmeng Creation Sutra to perfection, you should be able to improve a bit. But even if he reaches 5 times, he couldn't be Gao Yan's opponent either. Because the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra he practiced is several times stronger than the ordinary 9th-level King Immortal. If combined with the 5 magical powers, the strength displayed will be even more terrifying. Therefore, even if the Lord of Hongmeng Palace obtains the ancestral immortal artifact, he cannot be his opponent. After all, fairy weapons and so on always play a supporting role. The truly powerful thing is yourself. If we take action next time, can we spare his life? Hong Yuemu begged. If you beg for mercy on his behalf, he may not take you seriously. Gao Yan said with a smile. I know. Hong Yue's expression became even more gloomy. He is my father after all. But he is not my father. Gao Yan said, he wants to kill me. I have no reason to be merciful. Besides, some things can only be done once and never again. I have already given him 2 chances. Suddenly, Hong Yue came over, and then threw herself directly into the arms of Gao Yan, who was lying on the chair, and kissed him on the mouth. If I become your woman, he will be your father-in-law. Now you have reason to spare his life. Are you so confident in me? Gao Yan stretched out his hand to hug Hong Yue, and pinched a certain place, which was very elastic. Well, in my opinion, my father can't be your opponent if he continues to hold the ancestral immortal weapon. Hong Yue said seriously. Okay. Gao Yan smiled. If I can hold back, I will spare his life, but if I can't hold back, don't blame me. After all, sometimes, if I hold back, I will die. I can understand. Hong Yue nodded, and then offered a sweet kiss again. Swish. The figure flashed, and the person and the chair disappeared in the city. Lord's mansion appeared again. Gao Yan has taken Hong Yue into a building in my world. To be honest, Gao Yan was still very excited when a beautiful woman of the 9th level of Wangxian threw herself into his arms. And how can I say it? When facing Zhao Xianyue and Xiaozhue and others, he always held back when attacking, and could not indulge himself wantonly, so naturally he could not enjoy himself. But Hong Yue was a 9th level king immortal, and his strength was quite different from his, but his body could definitely withstand his impact. As expected, Hong Yue did not disappoint Gao Yan. The battle in the canyon finally let Gao Yan let go of his hands and feet, and no longer worried about hurting his opponent. Therefore, after the battle, Gao Yan felt a sense of fullness. Although Hong Yue was slightly injured, the 9th level king immortals' recovery ability was also very fast. After only resting for half a quarter of an hour, he returned to his peak state. Seeing this, Gao Yan began to get restless again. Then he pulled Hong Yue into the canyon battlefield and started the battle again. Gao Yan and Hong Yue stayed in my world for a full month. Because of the ancestral tree, my world was upgraded, so the time flow rate reached 20 times as fast. Therefore, 1 month inside is only 1.5 days outside. At first, Hong Yu's favorability towards Gao Yan was not high, only 75 points. But after fighting together in the canyon battlefield for a month, the favorability has reached 93 points. This is already a very good number. After all, Hong Yu is an old fairy who has lived for many years. It is not as easy as imagined to completely conquer her body and mind. Walking out of my world, Gao Yan hugged Hong Yu's slender but plump body and asked, "Do you need me to marry you?" "No." Hong Yu shook her head decisively. After all, she was also a strong man at the peak of the 9th level of Wangxian. If Gao Yan had not married other women, she would be willing to marry him. The key is that this guy has more than 20 Taoist partners. She naturally didn't want to. Gao Yan was not surprised by Hong Yu's rejection. After all, the strong are arrogant. Of course, it was also related to Hong Yu's favorability of only 93 points. If her favorability reached 100 points, she would definitely be willing to marry. Hong Yu stayed in the city lord's mansion for 2 days and then left. Gao Yan also completely relaxed, because in the past few years, he had taught the king immortal level Kung Fu Thousand Illusion immortal scripture to all Taoist companions including Zhao Xianyue. After being fed by Gao Yan, they all put their minds on cultivation. After the development of these years, the number of immortals in Tianyao City has increased a lot, almost close to 700 million people. After all, only Tianyao City does not collect cultivation taxes, and other places still have to collect them, so all those who have the conditions have moved to Tianyao City. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Gao Yan came to the Xuanshou building where the jade silk was located without haste. This Xuanshou building has been expanded and its scale is several times larger than before. In recent years, Bayuxi's fame has been growing, but the number of her public performances has been decreasing. Gao Yan just stepped into the gate. She was discovered and immediately notified the madam. The madam was also happy that the city lord had finally arrived, so she said to the maid beside her, "Go and notify Bayuxi, let her get ready, quickly, the boss is here." After a while, in Gao Yan's exclusive box, the madam first expressed her loyalty, and then asked Gao Yan about his plan. Send a table of banquet first, and then let Bayuxi bring people to play. Gao Yan ordered casually. Okay, sir, please wait. Soon, the banquet was delivered, and then Bayuxi also arrived with the band. Sir, you haven't been here for a long time, and people thought you had forgotten us, Bayuxi said with some resentment. Because of her fame, Bayuxi has earned a lot of immortal stones in recent years. Therefore, her cultivation has improved a lot. In the past few years, Bayuxi has created many new works, but because Gao Yan didn't come, she was smart and accumulated all these works. She performed 3 new songs in a row. Gao Yan was very satisfied with them. When it comes to writing music, Bayuxi is still the one. Sir, do you like these 3 songs? Bayuxi said faintly. Okay, stop being weird. Gao Yan directly pulled Bayuxi over to sit on his lap. Bayuxi was not surprised by this, but was quite happy. Unfortunately, what disappointed her was that Gao Yan only took advantage of her at most and did not take any further action. Sir, do you dislike me? Bayuxi said resentfully. Why would I dislike you? Although Bayuxi was in the Xuanshou building, she was doing the work of composing and performing, and her special skills were always 100. But you don't dislike me, why not? Haha. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. Cici, you don't know that you have to reach the golden immortal level at least to be able to bear the dual cultivation with me. Your cultivation is too low. If I don't pay attention, I may hurt you. If you get into trouble, who will compose music for me in the future? So that's it. Bayuxi breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you disliked me. Sir. Okay, this bottle of elixir is for you. As long as you compose well in the future, I will not treat you unfairly. In addition, your treatment in the dual cultivation building will be directly increased tenfold. Thank you, sir. Bayuxi happily kissed the corner of Gao Yan's mouth. Because Bayuxi has accumulated a lot of inventory, Gao Yan will go to listen to music every day for the next period of time. And Bayusi also knows how to take it slow, and only plays 3 new songs each time. The rest of the time, just get tired of Gao Yan. However, Gao Yan checked Bayusi's favorability, which is only 80 points. There is a good impression, but not much. The reason why she is so enthusiastic about Gao Yan is nothing more than wanting to get close to him. Gao Yan doesn't care about this. After all, he doesn't really plan to have anything with Bayusi. He only values her ability to compose music, and will not marry her as a Taoist partner. A few days later, Gao Yan sensed that there were 2 more king immortals in Tianyao City. With a sweep of his mind, he found that they were the sisters Qianhuan. Qianmiao. Sure enough, after a while, the sisters appeared directly in the garden. "Why are you 2 here?" Gao Yan asked. "I'm here to ask you for advice," Qianhuan Immortal Emperor said. "Oh, what do you want me to ask you for?" Gao Yan replied casually. "Of course I want to teach you why you are so powerful," Qianhuan Immortal Emperor said. "It's very simple, because I practice the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra," Gao Yan said. Immortal Emperor Qianhuan showed a look of surprise. "No wonder it is so. I didn't expect that what you practiced was the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra. How did you do it? You must know that the founder of the 5 Elements Palace spent a lot of time and energy. They also failed to merge the 5 Immortal Sutras into the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra. It must be a coincidence for me too." Gao Yan smiled. "Can you teach me the 5 Emperors Immortal Scripture?" "It's up to you," Qian Huan Immortal Emperor said. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan frowned, subconsciously cast an inside eye, and then discovered that Qianhuan Immortal Emperor's friendship level with him actually reached 92. It's actually only a little lower than Hanyue. You know, he dragged Hanyu to fight in my world for a full month. Forget it, I'll give it to you, no more conditions. Gao Yan threw a jade slip to Qianhuan Immortal Emperor, which contained the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra. This Immortal Sutra is difficult to comprehend and consumes a lot of resources. Although Qianhuan Immortal Emperor is the overlord of one party, it is very difficult for him to cultivate the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra to the peak of the 9th level of King Immortal. What's more, without the matching 5 Emperors Dharma, even if the opponent succeeds in cultivation, he cannot be his opponent. You actually gave it to me directly? Qianhuan Immortal Emperor was a little unbelievable. Why, if you don't want it, just give it back. Gao Yan made moves to take away the jade slips one by one, but he was so frightened that Immortal Emperor Qianhuan quickly protected the jade slips against his chest. Humph, there is no reason to go back to something that was sent out. Okay, I got the things, you can leave quickly. Gao Yan lay back on the chair and closed his eyes. You don't want to see me that much? For some reason, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Gao Yan urging her to leave. Sister, didn't you realize that I want to sleep? If you don't leave, do you want to stay and sleep with me? Gao Yan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qianhuan Immortal Emperor with a half-smile. You think beautifully. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor glared at Gao Yan, then grabbed Gao Yan and disappeared. Wait until you return to Qianhuan Palace. Empress Qianmiao couldn't help but said, Sister, Brother Gao Dao is too kind to you. He gave you such precious skills without hesitation. He's not that kind. I guess he gave it to me because he was sure that I couldn't cultivate the 5 Emperors Immortal Sutra. Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, said proudly. Upon hearing this, Immortal Emperor Qianmiao looked a little strange. What kind of brain circuit did his sister have to have such an idea? Okay, let's not talk about him anymore, let's learn this technique together. Next, the two sisters read the Five Emperors' Immortal Sutra together, and then began to meditate on it. A few days later, Immortal Emperor Qianmiao suddenly opened his eyes, looked at his sister who was still meditating with her eyes closed, and shouted softly, "Sister, is something wrong?" Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, did not notice that her tone was a bit irritable. Sister, I found that this Five Emperors' Immortal Sutra becomes extremely difficult to comprehend after reaching the level of the Golden Immortal. Qianmiao, Immortal Emperor, said, By the way, what realm have you achieved? A little stronger than you. Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, said, in fact, after she realized the Golden Immortal level, the progress bar stopped moving. It was just for the sake of face. Naturally, she couldn't say that she was the same as her sister. It seems like what you said, Brother Gao Dao gave us the technique because he was sure that we couldn't fully understand it. Immortal Emperor Qianmiao sighed lightly. But after hearing Gao Yan's name, Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor's eyes lit up. Yes, I can't understand it clearly. I can definitely ask that guy for advice. In Tianyao City, the largest double repair building, surrounded by beautiful music, a group of fairies danced gracefully. Gao Yan, on the other hand, was lying on a chair without any image, and there were four beautiful fairies waiting on him. Two of them were massaging him, and two of them were feeding him. Suddenly, two figures flashed past. Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, and Qianmiao, Immortal Emperor, appeared out of thin air. Their presence disrupted the performance. Seeing this, he said loudly, Don't worry about them, keep playing and keep dancing. You guys know how to have fun every day. Immortal Emperor Qianhuan came over and looked at Gao Yan condescendingly. Gao Yan said lazily, I am already the number one in the fairy world. What would I do if I didn't enjoy myself? Do you want me to launch a war to wipe out all the top forces like you and then unify the fairy world? Arrogant, although you are strong, there are many ninth-level kings and immortals in the immortal world. Together, you may not be our opponent. Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, said this deliberately because he couldn't get used to the arrogance of his words. Hee hee. Gao Yan smiled and was too lazy to argue with the other party. It was pointless anyway. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan asked the female fairies who were performing to retreat. Tell me, what's going on with your sister's arrival this time? Gao Yan asked. Immortal Emperor Qianhuan said a little embarrassedly, It is a bit difficult to understand the Five Emperors' Immortal Sutra. Can you give us a sermon? Okay, then how are you going to repay me? Gao Yan asked with a smile. After presenting the Five Emperors' Immortal Sutra, the favorability of the Qianhuan Immortal Emperor increased a few points, and now it has reached 97 points. I can give you whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan directly pulled Immortal Emperor Qianhuan into his arms, and then said to Immortal Emperor Qianmiao, Your sister and I have something important to talk about, you go out first. Okay, I'm going out right now. Immortal Emperor Qianmiao was not stupid. He smiled meaningfully and disappeared into the box. Hey, what do you want to do? Qianhuan, Immortal Emperor, pretended to struggle for a moment. Gao Yan put his mouth to her ear and whispered, Have you ever heard of this saying, if you want to learn well, you have to sleep with the teacher? Ever since the fight with Han Yu from the 9th level of Wangxian in the Canyon. Facing other people, Gao Yan felt a little boring. Therefore, facing the Qianhuan immortal emperor who had such a high favorability, he was naturally tempted. Facing Gao Yan's teasing, a flash of shame flashed across Qianhuan immortal emperor's beautiful face, but his red and phoenix eyes became moist. Seeing this, Gao Yan, the LSP, didn't know that Qianhuan immortal emperor was in love. As a result, his hands became less disciplined. Soon, even though Qianhuan immortal emperor was at the 9th level of king immortal, after Gao Yan used some tricks, he collapsed in his arms. Seeing that the fire is almost done, Gao Yan brought Qianhuan immortal emperor into my world. Then, the two of them entered the canyon battlefield hand in hand. At the beginning, Qianhuan immortal emperor just passively fought. Maybe Gao Yan was too bullying, so she started to fight back. However, her counterattack not only did not make Gao Yan restrained, but she seemed to be getting more and more excited. Therefore, the battle between the two became more and more intense. In the end, the war lasted for more than 2 months before it ended. It was not that Gao Yan was only interested in pleasure, but after a month, he began to perform the great dual cultivation technique, inviting Qianhuan immortal emperor to practice dual cultivation, and began to preach to her. During the dual cultivation, after a month, she had completely comprehended the 5 emperors' immortal scripture, and when she returned, she could practice directly. Qianhuan immortal emperor was also very moved by Gao Yan's unreserved teaching, and his favorability directly reached 100 points. Sister, brother Gao Dao, will be my brother-in-law in the future? Feeling the inquiring eyes of his sister, Qianhuan immortal emperor was a little shy. Gao Yan, who was standing by, laughed and put Qianhuan immortal emperor into his arms. He said to Qianmiao immortal emperor, sister-in-law, I have helped your sister to comprehend the skills completely. If you don't understand something, just ask your sister. By the way, are you staying in Tianyao City? Or going back to Qianhuan Palace? Actually, there are still some things I don't understand. It's troublesome to go back and forth. I'll stay here for a while. Qianhuan immortal emperor, who was not sure whether to stay directly, found an excuse. Okay, let's go back. For a period of time, Qianhuan immortal emperor often came to Gao Yan in the name of asking for advice on skills. Gao Yan was not polite about this. In order to improve learning efficiency, I would bring Qianhuan immortal emperor to my world to study every time. After all, the time inside is 20 times that outside. Time passed like this, for more than half a year. Then, someone sent Gao Yan a jade slip. Gao Yan injected his divine thoughts into the jade slip with some doubts, and then saw a picture. Gao Yan, if you want to save Hongyu, rush to Longyuan Gorge immediately. If you don't arrive within 3 days, I will kill Hongyu. The one who threatened Gao Yan was Hong Tian. After he finished speaking, Hongyu appeared in the picture, but she was not in a good condition. Hongyua's aura looked very sluggish, and her strength should have been sealed. And the expression on her face was full of disappointment, pain and anger. Xin Yan withdrew from the jade slip. Gao Yan immediately activated his precognitive power. Soon, the information for the next 3 days appeared in his mind. I'll go, the Hong family father and son really took great pains to kill me. Gao Yan sighed softly. He saw from the future information that after he rushed to Longyuan Canyon, he fell into the encirclement of the Hong family and his son. The foundation of Hongmeng Shrine is still very profound. Together with the father and son, there are 8 9th-level kings and immortals. Except, there are also 4 ninth-level demon kings. The strength of these demon kings is no worse than the original ancient ape demon king. Moreover, Hong Tian also brought back 3 ancestral artifacts from the ancient land of Yuanshi. Facing enemies many times greater than himself, he did not run away in the future, but chose to fight. I have to say that the ancestral immortal artifact is quite powerful. The master of Hongming Palace holding the ancestral immortal artifact actually exerted the strength of 4.59th level King Immortal, while Hong Tian, who also held the ancestral immortal artifact, exerted the strength of 4/9th level King Immortal. The father and son caused some trouble for Gao Yan, but they were still not enough. Therefore, after practicing the 5 Emperors' Immortal Sutra, even if he does not activate the Dharma, his strength has reached 6 points, which is the peak of the 9th level of ordinary kings and immortals. After a big battle, Gao Yan defeated the enemy, and then had an accident when he lifted Hong Yu's seal. But it was Hong Tian who brought back a strange poison from the ancient land of Yuanshi. This poison can corrode the immortal souls of immortals, and even the King of Immortals cannot resist it. Then Gao Yan fell into the trap. What's even more speechless is that what Gao Yan just killed was just a clone of Hongming Palace Master. Seeing him poisoned, the Lord of Hongming Palace appears. But he was killed by Gao Yan in the end, because Gao Yan expended 1/10 of the origin of the immortal world to expel the toxins in his own body and Hong Yu's body. I behaved a bit stupidly in my precognition power. It doesn't seem like my style? Gao Yan secretly thought, but when he thought about his past experience of using his precognitive powers to die many times, he felt relieved. After all, he could predict information and only predict the general direction without paying attention to details and results. The next moment, Gao Yan disappeared in place, appeared again and arrived at Longyuan Canyon. With the inside eye open, he not only found the clone of Hongming Palace Master, but also found his true self. However, the ancestral immortal artifact isn't his clone. With a thought, a card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. This card is called a designated plunder card, and you can designate an object to plunder. Gao Yan locked the clone of Lord Hongming Palace. Then, the designated plunder card was opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering a clone of Lord Hongming Palace. I'll go. Gao Yan almost screamed. He originally planned to plunder the ancestral artifact from the Hongming Palace Master's clone, but he never expected that he would plunder the opponent's clone directly. He was so laughing. After the plunder was successful, this clone came under Gao Yan's control. What's even more interesting is that the clone actually sent him a message. Whether to cut off the connection with the master of Hongming Palace. Don't cut it off yet, Gao Yan responded. Then, Gao Yan first put away the designated plunder card, and then took out a cultivation exchange card. Gao Yan first targeted the Lord of Hongming Palace and a 9th level Tai puppet. Then the cultivation exchange card was activated. Suddenly, the puppet of the 9th level of Tai became a peak king of the 9th level, while the cultivation level of the master of Hongming Palace, who was originally the 9th level of Wang Xian, fell directly to the 9th level of Tai. Do it. Gao Yan suddenly ordered the clone of Lord Hongming to attack Hong Tian with all his strength. Puff. The clone of Hongming Palace Master did not hesitate to wave the ancestral immortal weapon in his hand and hit Hong Tian's body. This hammer-shaped ancestral immortal weapon was extremely powerful. With one Hammer blow, not only Hongtian's body was smashed to pieces, but the opponent's immortal soul was not spared either. Moreover, the ancestral immortal weapon hammer also contained a powerful force of destruction, which directly completely destroyed the vitality in Hongtian's immortal soul. This scene directly affected the 9th level of Wang Xian of Hongmeng Shrine. There are also several 9th level demon kings who are also full of surprise. What is the master of Hongmeng Palace doing? Why does he want to kill his son? Before they figured out what was going on, the clone of Lord Hongmeng directly controlled the ancestral immortal weapon hammer to kill the 4 9th level demon kings, and shouted at the same time, "Listen to my order and kill the demon kings with all your strength." After receiving the order, the 6 9th level kings and immortals followed the clone of Lord Hongmeng to kill the demon king. Seeing the sudden betrayal of the Hongmeng Palace master, the 4 9th level demon kings couldn't help but be furious. Instead of running away, they took the initiative to fight. However, the master of Hongmeng Palace, who was hiding in the dark, wanted to stop all this, but he couldn't do it at all. Not only did his cultivation level fall to the 9th level of Tai Immortal, but also because Gao Yan had quietly come to him. Capture him. The clones of Lord Hongmeng Palace are still very powerful, not to mention the ancestral immortal artifact in hand. With the assistance of 6 9th level kings and immortals, it didn't take much time to completely kill the 4 demon kings. Then, the clone of Lord Hongmeng launched a sneak attack on his subordinates. Bang! Bang! With 2 hammers coming down, the bodies of the 2 9th level kings and immortals exploded, which made the other 4 9th level kings and immortals look dumbfounded. "Palace Master, what are you doing? Come die." The Lord of Hongmeng Palace looked ferocious as he swung the ancestral immortal weapon hammer towards the 4 people. "Run away. The Palace Master is crazy." The 4 9 levels of Wang Xian screamed and fled quickly. Seeing this scene, the master of Hongmeng Palace was so angry that he vomited blood. He looked at Gao Yan bitterly. "You are so cruel. Can you blame me?" Gao Yan sneered, "I told you not to cause trouble, but you had to make trouble. I wanted to spare your life for the sake of your daughter, but you, an old beast, actually managed to do it to your own daughter. Kill me." The Lord of Hongmeng Palace showed a lost expression, but there was still a bit of madness and resentment deep in his eyes. Obviously, he is still hoping that the strange poison in Hongyue can kill Gao Yan. "Don't worry yet." Gao Yan brought Master Hongmeng Palace to the place where Hongyue was imprisoned. At this moment, Hongyue is in a coma. In fact, there are 2 ways to save Hongyue. First, use the origin of the fairy world. Second, use the time reduction card. As long as it is reduced for a period of time, she can return to a non-poisoned state. However, if this period of time is reduced, she will also lose the memory of this period of time. Without the memory of this period of time, she would not be able to feel the feeling of being betrayed by her father and brother. When she learns that she killed her father and brother, she will probably feel resentful. "Forget it, let's use the source of the fairy world." Gao Yan sighed softly. Under his command, the puppet who had exchanged cultivation levels with Master Hongmeng stepped forward to lift the seal on Hongyu. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Hongmeng Palace was obviously disappointed, because Gao Yan actually didn't contact Hongyu. After the seal came into contact, Hongyue also woke up. Then she looked at Gao Yan worriedly. "Have you touched me?" "Don't worry, I have already figured out your father's conspiracy," Gao Yan said to her. That's good. Hong Yue breathed a sigh of relief, and then said sadly, it's a pity that I'm dying and can't be with you anymore. Don't be so pessimistic. Did I say I couldn't save you? Gao Yan said confidently. The Lord of Hongming Palace, who was gloating at the sidelines, couldn't help but look surprised and disappointed when he saw that Gao Yan could save Hong Yue. After Gao Yan cut off a small ball of the essence of the immortal world and put it into Hong Yu's body, asking her to quickly use it to expel the strange poison, he looked at the Hongming Palace master teasingly. Old Bangzi, are you disappointed? I couldn't kill you, I'm just unlucky. The Lord of Hongming Palace said as usual. Hearing this, Gao Yan was speechless, and then ordered the Tai puppet who had exchanged cultivation levels with the Lord of Hongming Palace to find a place where no one was around to explode himself. The exchange of cultivation levels will only last for an hour. After an hour, the cultivation levels of both parties will switch back. But what if the person who exchanged cultivation base is gone? Naturally, that cultivation level cannot be exchanged back. Half an hour later, Hong Yue finally got rid of the toxins in her body, then excitedly threw herself into Gao Yan's arms and gave her a sweet kiss. After a while, the two parties separated. Gao Yan had an idea, opened his inside eye, and found that Hong Yu's favorability level had also reached 100 points. What are you going to do with him? Gao Yan glanced at Palace Master Hong Meng. How did his cultivation level drop to the Tai level? Hong Yu asked a little strangely. Gao Yan smiled. I used a secret technique to lower his cultivation level to Tai Immortal. After a moment of silence, Hong Yue said, how about we find a place to lock him up forever? You women are still cruel. Gao Yan said with some smacking of his tongue, the life of an immortal is infinite. If the other person is imprisoned, he will go crazy sooner or later. It will be even more uncomfortable than killing him. Hong Yue said aggrievedly, you can't blame me. I have been running around for his plan for so many years. I persuaded him to give up the plan with good intentions. But in the end, she wanted to kill me. I didn't kill him directly. It's all about the relationship between father and daughter. Okay, I just said it casually, I didn't mean to blame you. Gao Yan hugged Hong Yu into his arms. Seeing this scene, Master Hongmeng Palace felt terribly uncomfortable. But unfortunately, at this moment, he didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Later, after appeasing the Lord of Hongmeng Palace, Gao Yan brought him into my world, then created a closed space and threw the other party in. Moreover, he also drained away all the fairy spirit and removed the other party's hands. The storage fairy ring on the bed was also taken away. In this way, in the days to come, Master Hongmeng Palace will be unable to practice and can only endure endless loneliness and loneliness. Afterwards, Gao Yan counted the loot again. The biggest harvest is naturally 3 ancestral artifacts, a hammer, a spear, and a big seal. In addition, the storage immortal rings of Hong Tian and the other 2 9th level Wang immortals contain many precious cultivation resources and a huge number of top-grade immortal stones. It's a pity that the return function of the system has been closed now. No matter how many fairy stones he got, Gao Yan couldn't be excited. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan contacted the plundered clone. At this moment, the other party was still chasing and killing the second 9th level king immortal who had escaped, and one of them had been killed by him. Come back. Gao Yan ordered the clone. It doesn't matter whether the remaining 9th level king immortals are killed Or not, they won't be able to cause any trouble anyway. As for the 4 demon kings, they are more ruthless. They don't wear storage rings, but open up a space in their bodies. Once they die, the space in their bodies will collapse, and the things inside will flow into the dimensional void. Afterwards, Gao Yan was about to return to Tianyao City and asked Hong Yue if she wanted to go back with him. She said that she would go back to take over the Hongmeng Shrine first, and then come to him after she had complete control of the Hongmeng Shrine. In this regard, Gao Yan is not reluctant. After returning to Tianyao City, Gao Yan was playing with the designated plunder card from time to time. He was thinking about a question. Can this designated plunder card plunder the way of heaven? How about giving it a try? After having this idea, Gao Yan found that this idea was just like taking root and sprouting, and it was still growing rapidly, and it was impossible to control it. Since you can't control it, you might as well try it. However, you cannot try it in Tianyao City. So, Gao Yan came to an uninhabited ice field again and took out the designated plunder card. Then, he ordered to lock the way of heaven first. But the card gave Gao Yan an answer that was too far away to lock. Then, where does the Tao of heaven live? Gao Yan thought it was more likely to be in the sky, so he suddenly rose into the sky. Soon, he reached the highest point a sage can reach. Looking at the extremely thick gangfeng above his head and exuding a terrifying aura, Gao Yan doubted whether he would be strangled to pieces if he rushed into the gangfeng. However, he was not here to provoke gangfeng. So, he once again ordered the card to lock the way of heaven. But the reaction given by the card is still too far away to be locked. Forget it, I was too naive. Gao Yan shook his head. Even if the way of heaven exists in the sky, the fairy world is too big, and the distance limit of the designated plunder card is 100,000 miles. Therefore, if you want to find the place where the way of heaven is, it will undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After thinking about this, Gao Yan returned directly to Tianyao City. 8 months later, Hong Yue came to Tianyao City. During this time, she has integrated Hongmeng Shrine, and the 3 escaped 9th-level kings and immortals have all been taken under her command. Therefore, today's Hongmeng Shrine is still the strongest among the 18 top forces. Husband, I will use Hongmeng Shrine as my dowry, how about you marry me? Hong Yue suddenly said. I also use Qianhuan Palace as my dowry. Qianhuan Immortal Emperor suddenly came to join in the fun. It's okay to marry you, but forget about the dowry. Gao Yan waved his hand, you know, I am afraid of trouble. I don't even want to take care of a domain, let alone such a large territory, so you can keep it for yourself. The second daughter also knew the virtues of being eloquent, so she never mentioned the dowry again. 1 month later, Gao Yan married Hong Yu in Tianyao City. Because Gao Yan said beforehand that all wives, regardless of size, are treated equally. Therefore, after Hong Yue married, everyone got along quite happily. Another month has passed. Gao Yan married Qianhuan Immortal Emperor back to his family. Although these 2 weddings were relatively low-key, word spread in the fairy world. After all, Qianhuan Immortal Emperor and Hong Yu are both leaders of top forces, especially Hong Yu, who is the new palace master of Hongmeng Palace, the top 18 power. In fact, when Hong Yue first took over the Hongmeng Palace, the 3 9th-level kings and immortals were not convinced. In the end, Hong Yue defeated the 3 9th-level king immortals with 1 against 3, and finally secured her position as the palace master. Originally, Hongyua's strength was much stronger than that of ordinary ninth level king immortals. Previously, Gao Yan gave her the origin of Shaotuan immortal realm. Although it was used to expel toxins, it also increased her cultivation by about 0.5 times. Moreover, Gao Yan also gave her an ancestral immortal weapon. This makes the combat power she can exert equal to that of Hongming Palace Master. As the news spread that Gao Yan had married Hongyu and immortal Emperor Qian Huan, he suddenly became a celebrity in the immortal world, and countless people were investigating his background and origins. Many storytellers even wrote novels about Gao Yan's marriage to the two immortal emperors, which spread directly throughout the immortal world. There were also countless curious immortals who came to Tianyao City to see what kind of charm Gao Yan had, and how he could actually seduce two female immortal emperors.